Hello, everybody. Phenomenal Sir coming at you with a brand new playthrough of a great old RPG from my childhood and from my history as a streamer. One of the earliest games one of the earliest JRPGs I streamed, and actually, like, the first Super Nintendo game I ever owned. That's right, it was not Super Mario World for me, it was Breath of Fire. So, tonight we are going to be bringing back the original JRPG classic, the one that started the entire series. I am super excited. This is not going to be a challenge run. This is going to be wholesome fun times for everyone, and it's going to start right now. Alrighty. I am so excited. I truly do love this game. This is probably one of my. There's no probably. Breath of Fire 3 for me is a better one, but Breath of Fire 1 will always be the GOAT. It's always because it's the one that launched the series. We are playing the Super Nintendo version. Last time we played the GBA version because it was easier. Just because it was easier for me to get access to, easier because you can dash, that kind of thing. Um, but this is the OG SNES version, and I am extremely hyped. So, well, now obviously, Ryu. Um, let's see. So one of the cool things, you can actually like pull up quick menu things for this. We'll do status, and here we'll do change. There we go. And let's go. Let's get my camera straight too. I'm like off in the corner. Wake up, warrior. Disaster has struck. We need the power of the dragon. Hopefully the sound is okay for you guys. I'll turn it up just a little bit because it's a quiet game. You'll perish if you don't wake up. Blink, 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 blink. The village is engulfed in flames. Everything is burning. We must go. First things first, always check your chests. That is a permanent +1 to your vigor, which I think is supposed to translate to like your speed in combat, like your turn order. It's just a +1, just a free +1. I'll stop this fire. Beretta Decabra, Cohus Cuspo. My magic was once strong, but at my age, I can barely douse this fire. Okay. This building is safe from the flames for the time being. Fire is so intense, it doesn't seem natural. Let's go. Esma's magic will hold the flames long enough for us to escape. Esma? Oh, this must be the Japanese version. Because her name is... No, wait. Who is Esma? Hang on. Woke up surrounded by flames. What have we done to deserve this? Our faith is in Sarah. Okay, so the old person is Esma. Okay. Sarah, her magic will keep us safe. Oh, the humanity. This is horrible. I like to imagine that guy ran in covered in soot and coughing. The dark dragons are outside of the village. We're surrounded. The dark dragon family is scheming against the other dragon families. I hear that Zog, the dark dragon king, vowed to conquer the world. And his first target is the light dragons. Zog is an evil fool. Why are they trying to destroy us? Zog fears us. He doesn't know that we've lost the power of the dragon. I've always thought that that's like the one time, because Ryu is a silent protagonist, but the way that dialogue pops up as he turns to face the Elder and like the rest of the room, I feel like that line, "Why are they trying to destroy us?" is actually Ryu speaking. Like, that's his one spoken line. He doesn't know that we've lost the power of the dragon. Yet? What? Yes? Yeah, what? Hello! Hello, Koji, and hello, Hoverboard. How are y'all doing? I won't sit by while they attack us. I say we act now. If we can't escape, there's only one thing to do. Fight. Good, 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 good. I will. I must use my magic against the forces of evil. Let's go. Wait. You guys are all obviously NPCs. You'd be slaughtered. We are too weak. Our group will be devastated by their powerful army. Skill issue? We can't give up. Let's show them the spirit of the dragon. What's the skill issue? You're tired. Breath of fire, you're tired. Come on, Sarah, let's go. No, I must do my part on my own. Shh, wait in an A. Oh, Koji Carson is tired. Be good. What have you done? I've turned him to stone so that the fire will not affect him. Remember our mission as members of the Light Dragon. Stone or not, they'll still find us. And she's just like, I'm not trying to hear it, old man. No! Why does it have to be you? We've suffered enough. I'll take care of the dark dragons. Be strong. When you're a warrior, you'll bring peace to the world. No pressure. Take care. May the power of the light dragon prevail. I'll try to distract the dark dragons. Hey, someone's there. So are you familiar with this game, Koji, or are you just reading the title? She has the power of the dragon. Take her to the commander. We'll search the area later. We must take care of her now. Never heard of it? Oh, it's so good. There's a whole series. We don't talk about the sixth one because it was a smartphone game, but there's a whole series of these games. Breath of Fire 1 and 2 were on the Super Nintendo. They were also re-released on the GBA. You can play them on the Switch Virtual Console if you have an online subscription. Breath of Fire 3 and 4 were PS1 games. 3, perfect game. Love it. I think it's probably, other than Rings of Power, probably my favorite game. And then Breath of Fire 5 was on the PS2, and it was kind of like weird and post-apocalyptic, and it was good, but Breath of Fire has always been unfairly compared to Final Fantasy and some other big name RPGs. I mean, this game had the poor poor fortune to be advertised in like the episode of Nintendo Power directly before they started the Final Fantasy VI coverage. so but it's a great series. It's a good solid RPG that's got a lot of depth to it that you don't realize is there the first time you play it, and we'll cover a lot of that in this run of the game because I've beaten it probably like a dozen times in my life. I love this game. Sir, we've captured a light dragon. You set fire to our peaceful community. What do you gain from this? Jade. This is Jade talking. You have a point. My orders were to eliminate all light dragons. I always follow orders. I'm just doing my job. Please don't blame me. She's like, yeah, me too, fam. Whoa! And this was, I don't know if you guys were in here yet, but this was actually the first Super Nintendo game I ever owned. Because when I was a kid, I really wanted a Super Nintendo for my birthday. And when my grandmother took me to get one, they didn't have any of the ones with Super Mario World packaged with it. They were sold out. All they had was like just the game system. So she was like, oh, you can pick a game. And I remembered seeing this game in Nintendo Power and thinking like, oh, that's so cool because you can turn into dragons and stuff like that. Like, I've never played a game like that before. And something about it just got me really excited to play it. And it ended up being like the first JRPG I'd ever played. So a lot of my taste in games is due to me playing stuff like this and Rings of Power instead of Mario World and Final Fantasy when I was a kid. Our village has been destroyed. Shut up, sir. Get the action going. Wow, you're strong. Come on. can't let you interfere with Zog's plans. Nothing personal. We will stop you! He's doing like a Bleach style combat. I don't think so. We have the goddess keys. The goddess keys? You're a pretty good scrapper. Too bad you're on the wrong side. Don't come any closer! What will you do with Tyr, the goddess? Oh. It's all over. Take this, slime! You didn't even flinch! Come on, is that all you've got? Ha ha ha! When the dragon family was at the peak of its power, a goddess of desire appeared. The goddess Tyr granted wishes. The dragons fought each other for her power. Tyr encouraged the fighting and watched the war between the dragons escalate. When the world was at the brink of destruction, a warrior stepped forward. The warrior battled Tyr with his 7 companions and locked her up using 6 keys. These goddess keys were scattered throughout the world and hidden away. Good music too. Capcom always had good music back in the 90s. Their games had such good music. The light dragons balanced the power of the family, and peace reigned again. What's going on? What happened to Sarah? Sarah saved us. Chief, don't you think we should fight for Sarah? We renounce the dragons. Their battles aren't ours. We must fight for Sarah and the pride of the light dragons. We must think of survival. Soon this place will be in ruins. No! The warrior of the dragon is only a myth. We must escape now. I know that I should try to stop you, Ryu, but I can't. Take this. It's not much, but you can use it for equipment. 300 gold. And see, this staircase is now destroyed, so if you don't grab the vigor potion during that opening scene, then you miss out. You miss out. Sucks to suck. No vigor for you. So right off the bat, we've got the smoking remains of our once beautiful village. Still little bits of smoke rising up from the ashes. This is going to be our saving. This is how we're going to save. I'm the Dragon Lord. I protect those who take on the mission of the hero. I'm here to record your journey. Your journey has been recorded. Good luck. So we got 300 gold, which we could use to buy gear, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to buy armor here because we're going to get a full set of free armor, better than what they sell here, very soon. So what I want to do is I want to buy 9 herb. I want to buy 9 of those, and then I want to buy... Oh, it froze. And there we go. And that should be... I went 1 over. That's okay. Okay, so we got 12 gold pieces. We've got 10 marble 3s. Marble 3s act like repel. They act like repel. They just prevent any random encounters whatsoever from occurring for a fairly decent amount of time. The game doesn't do a good job of explaining what items do, unless you have the player's guide, which I got the original player's guide right here, but we're not going to need it because I am a pro gamer. So, Here we go. And we're going to kind of just like death run straight for the next town. Fleas. This could actually be a tough fight. We might just die right now. Nah, we're fine. Yeah, we got this. It's an auto battle. Okay. That might be a level up. Nope. Okay. Okay. To the town of Camlon, our hometown Nanai has been occupied by the Dark Dragons. The Dark Dragon forces have invaded our land. They now control Nanai. Ryu, we should fight. When I was in Nanai, monsters kicked me out. We've escaped one dangerous situation only to face another one. The castle has been occupied by putrid monsters. So this is another village destroyed by the Dark Dragons. We're going to save. And this is going to be the spookiest part of this entire playthrough. Well, I'm not going to say that. This is a spooky part because we're going to jump straight into the castle. And there's going to be a healing pool fairly early on that we can use to gain a few levels. We're going to try to level to around level 5. And then the Dark Dragon family destroyed my kingdom. We must now rebuild. I don't fear the Dark Dragons. We're going to try to get to this first healing pool, gain a couple levels, and then go to the next one, gain a couple more levels. And as we work through this castle, we're actually going to get a full set of upgraded gear, better than what we could have bought in the town we just left. That was terrifying. Okay. Ryu reaches level 2. Monster left an herb. Well, good. Guess what? I'm going to use it. There we go. You really shouldn't do this. I'm definitely taking my life in my own hands, but I do have the added benefit of being able to do save states, so I'm not super worried about it. Normally, you'd be a little more conservative here. But we've got 4 basic enemies that we can get here. We can get the beaks, who are really fast and they hit really hard. We get creeps, who hit a little less hard but have more hit points and defense. We've got glooms, who can occasionally cast like a lightning bolt spell that does a shitload of damage. And we've got poison bugs. And the poison bugs tend to attack in groups of 2 or 3. That's what we want. We want to get poison bugs because the poison bugs are worth a ton of XP. And this game is weird in that when you're poisoned, you don't actually lose HP per turn for a really long time. Like, I think it's like 5 or 10 rounds that you can be poisoned before you start to bleed health. So it's really only an out of combat inconvenience. So we want to get poisoned because that's better. You know, the poison attack that they do does 0 damage and poisons you. So that's honestly the best outcome, is just a bunch of easy enemies worth a shitload of XP. I think like 3 of them's worth like 27 XP. Whereas these things that are almost killing us are worth like 9. And then we just heal afterwards before the poison can kill us. So we're going to gain 1 more level. And then we're going to run to the next pool, which is also on this floor. There we go. That's our boy. The poison bug. Look at that. Super easy. 7 XP. Thank you, buddy. Let's just go for it. You mainly just don't want to get poisoned on the walk between the 2 pools. That's the really bad thing. You can see our defense is already starting to ramp up pretty nicely. And once we get our gear, we'll be able to tank these guys no problem. Ryu reaches level 4. Not going to get greedy. Going to heal first. $70 gold. 70 gold. And there's our creep. All right, we're going to gain one more level, and then we're going to start walking to the boss. Oh yeah, give me that sweet lurk. Thank you, Koji Carson. If I don't talk to you again, then sweet dreams. Look at that. Boom. Look at that great defense boost. Love it. We're already faster than the beak. Still can't kill him in one hit, though. Unfortunate. But we'll survive. Now, if I was playing this without save states, I would probably use Marble 3s to go get all the gear and then come back here just for the safety. But I don't think that's going to be necessary, as long as we don't run into too many of these bastards. They don't have a lot of health, but if they go before you, man, I think their spell usually does around 20 damage. If you're level 1, it's just instant death, and then after that, it's pretty scary. Not giving us a lot of poison bugs, which is disappointing. That's okay. We will survive. The XP requirement to get from 4th to 5th is a lot more than from 3rd to 4th. This game is weird with its XP tables. All the characters have very different XP tables, and they don't progress at a normal rate. Like, the worst one is the healer, Nina. She gets to, like, 35, and then she just, like, her XP required to level up from, like, 35 to 40, basically each level it, like, doubles. And then it drops down significantly and goes back to normal after like 42 or 44 or something like that. It's because they don't want you to get. She has a group heal spell that you normally don't get until late in the game, and I think they don't want it to be too easy for you to get it before a certain point. So there was that totally ineffective poison that they inflicted on me. And luckily, this game doesn't require a ton of grinding. This part at the beginning, you know, it is what it is. I could probably kill the boss right now if I was really conservative in the fight, but I don't want to risk it, him getting a slam attack on me or something. So this game is nice in that it doesn't require a ton of grinding. If you're using all the dragon transformations in the game, which eventually our main character will be able to turn into a dragon, and it significantly increases his damage output per turn. You could probably beat the whole game with the best ending with your main character between level 25 and 30. You can use Marble 3s pretty liberally to avoid fights and still be okay, other than a couple of fights. The last time I ran this, I used no transformations, and that was hellacious. The no transformations run, we had to actually do some off-stream grinding, but we're not going to need it for this. This is just a good, wholesome, normal playthrough. Herb, bronze sword. Oh, wrong button, but that's okay. And we're going to +7 to our attack. Hell yeah. Do, 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 do. Still not in one hit, unfortunately. If we're lucky, we might be able to squeeze out one more level without really needing to grind. Gauntlet. All this gear is unfortunately going to slow me down. But it is what it is. Did I not? Hang on. Oh. There we go. That's better than the status screen. Unfortunately, this game in the Super Nintendo version of this game, they don't tell you how much XP you need to get to the next level. They added it for the GBA version, but for this one, there's not much reason to be checking your status screen. So, definitely easier to be able to just very quickly. And our our action speed is dropping dramatically as we're equipping this heavier gear, but the trade-off in defense is a no-brainer at this point. Dead. Okay. Extra herbs. Never hurt anybody. And a visor. Okay. Now we're looking pretty heroic. Tanky as shit. Okay. So we've got a chest here, but we want to open this one first. We're going to learn something about the world of Breath of Fire right here and now. Okay. A trap triggered a dark mist. Ryu loses AP. Now that doesn't really matter because Ryu doesn't have AP to spend, but, you know, whatever. And we're going to see if we can't grind out one more level before we open this chest. Because it's got a special kind of trap called a Sproing that completely heals your party. I don't know. It is what it is, but it's basically like a last opportunity to get a free heal before you walk up the stairs and fight the first boss of the game. So... Love the poison sound in this game. I don't mind using an antidote here. And then once we activate the Sproing, we'll use a marble to avoid fights on the walk up to the boss door, so we don't get that one cheeky fight that ruins all of this for us. This might be the level up right here. These guys are worth a fair amount of XP. If not, this is why we bought 9 antidotes, is literally for this. Because we're not going to face more poison enemies after this until we actually have a character that can just cure you with magic. So this is just that one little thing that, like, you get halfway into the dungeon, get poisoned, and then you're like, ah, shit, I gotta walk all the way back now. So kill him. Oh. But then after this, we're not really going to be grinding in the next dungeon, but we are going to actually go like through the dungeon and then come back out and then go back in, which will make sense. It's a thing we need to do because we're pro gamers. So we'll have like some built-in grinding there, and we'll probably be like level 8 or 9 when we fight the second boss. We're actually going to make pretty good progress. I looked in my videos, and the last normal run of this game I did took about 23 to 25 hours, I think. So not a super long JRPG, you know, 20-25 hours for a casual playthrough if you know where everything is. I'm sure you could speed run it a lot faster. If you're playing it on GBA, you can, you know, dash. They added a dash button. But it's just a nice relaxing game to play. Nice chill JRPG. I need you to give me a level up, please, because I want it. I'm wondering where all these bones came from. I guess that's all the servants and stuff in the castle that got eat up. But there we go. That was a nice one-hit KO. Come on, give me that one more level, baby. Give me that safety level. I want it. all of a sudden I'm just randomly doing more damage per hit, even though I haven't actually gained a level. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Like, my DPS has suddenly jumped by like 5 points. Like, I've crossed some invisible threshold, even though I didn't gain a level. I'm doing like 27 instead of 22. I'm doing 17 instead of 12. Yeah, I'm just getting lucky. There is a certain level of randomness to the damage in this game, so. Well, I'm not going to complain about it taking a bit because we actually want a lot of money going into this next area. Every fight could be the one at this point. We just have to hope. If we get down too low in health, or if we get like 2 glooms or something, then we're just going to have to say F it and just move on. And then I'll probably gain 2 levels in the boss fight. I know this is like the peak of game for you guys, but at least you get to listen to me talk, right? 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 We're going to give him 4 more fights or 10 HP, whichever comes first, and then we're just going to move on. Oh, I'm getting all kinds of messages. All right, that's 1. Two more. I want to check all these little squares too, because there's a lot of little hidden items in this game. You guys are going to get to see quite a few secrets when I play this, but I know I haven't found everything because literally the last time I played this, I found a new hidden item that I never knew existed, and it's the game's 30 years. I bought the game when it came out, and I've had it for 30 years, and I didn't know until just recently that it was there. So there we go. That's trap trigger destroying. Ryu completely recovers HP and AP. You got an antidote, which is good because the destroying doesn't heal poison for some reason. And now we're going to use our extra marble. And just because I'm scared, we're going to do a save. There we go. And here we go. You have no reason to be in my castle. Growl! Get out! Slimeless humans, you think you can drive me out? It's like something between like an ogre and Kermit the Frog. Go ahead, try! Now this guy hits like a truck, and he seems to have an unusually high level of randomness to the damage he deals. So you got to be very careful. You have to keep a strong eye on your HP. It's just a slugfest. He doesn't have any kind of like spells or anything, but he can just randomly be like, surprise, 20 damage. And you can see it's like as he's hitting me, it's like it's applying a debuff to me or something, right? Like I'm taking more and more damage every turn. And that's not your imagination. I don't know if this enemy has some kind of a debuff effect that he does. The other thing you'll notice is that don't even pay attention to the health bar because it is wildly inaccurate. If you're looking at like, okay, I have 45 HP and now I'm down to 20, but there's only like a third of the bar left when it should be half. The bar is there to be moving and be something to look at during the fight. Do not pay attention to the bar because it will lead you astray. Watch the numbers. Watch the numbers. See, at this point, I'm down 18 health. Well, now I'm down exactly half. Well, as close to half as I can get. I'm down 22. I've got 23 left. And yet, my health bar is below half. Ooh, that's not good. Frog seems all right. So this is the other fun thing that the bosses like to do in this game is the vast majority of bosses, please don't kill me. The vast majority of bosses in this game have second wins. where essentially you get them down to like a little nubbin of health, and then they just have a second health bar where the health bar doesn't move, and you don't really know how much damage they have to take to die. Now, in this case, he has a very small one. You have some enemies where they will have 5,000 hit points, but then a 20,000 hit point second wind, you know. So it always adds a little bit of fear. And the enemies do have phases. Like some of the bosses have up to 3 different attack phases as they're reaching certain points in their health. Generally, when you see that seems all right, that's when you know shit's about to get real. They start throwing spells at you, they start attacking twice in a turn, things like that. So, oh, I underestimated your strength, warrior. 500 XP, 350 gold, level 8. I told you I gained 2 levels on that boss fight. The foul air is filtering out and fresh air is coming into the castle. Do. And that's our first boss down. Nice casual 36 minutes. Fights at no more random encounters here. We'll help ourselves to some money and an herb. We do unfortunately still have to route ourselves through the entire castle to get back, but such is life. I don't know why they make me walk back. It takes so long. I guess it's so you don't miss any treasure chests. If you do, then it should be your fault. Don't make me walk back through the whole castle just because some people are dumb. Sorry guys, I'm having fun. You can't tell I like this game. Couldn't just make that one little bit of stone get busted open. You defeated the monsters. You're not a false hero. Who are you? That scar. It looks familiar. What a shocker. The Dark Dragons must have the Quake Control. There's a hidden palace in the Nenai dungeon. Find the Quake Control. Please go there and put an end to these quakes. Got you, fam. Alright, we're all healed up. Level 8 now. Yes. Alrighty. So now we got to continue on. I don't know if you noticed it, if you were watching. We had to go to this town over here. That's Nenai. And Nenai is actually a bit of a puzzle. I had the player's guide. That's the only thing I can offer. Is I know some people, they play this game and they get to this point and they're like, I don't know what I need to do, and they get frustrated and they stop. Don't do that. Don't get frustrated. Look it up. It's 2022. Find the answer online, people. So we got a long way to walk. The obligatory slime. We're going to see a lot of those in different colors and sizes throughout the game. Those are our easy ones. Oh, dare I? All right, I'm gonna try to be swaggy, guys. So later on in the game, we're gonna get a character who can hunt, and you can actually shoot these animals with your bow and arrow on the overworld to get healing items from them. But if you can maneuver one of them into a spot where they can't flee from you, they'll actually just run around in circles for a minute and then explode. I don't know why they do that, but they do. So depending on where you get them to spawn, it's actually possible to get like a nice free healing item early on. I don't think it's going to happen there though. If I could have gotten him down there, it would have been nice. But we needed it to be dark anyway, so I want to run over here. So the key here is that this town has been taken over by the dark dragons, and if you come here during the day, they basically tell you to kick rocks. But if you come here at night, the guards are all off partying or sleeping or whatever, and you could come in and sneak around. But you got to be careful. If you get too close to any of these soldiers that are awake, they'll grab you and toss you back out onto the street. And then you got to do the whole thing over again. You got to wait for the night to fall and everything. But it's very important that we explore every building we possibly can. Some of them we won't be able to get into, but that's okay. Because there's going to be useful items. Strength potion. And I just always use the potions on the main character, obviously. The inn is abandoned. Nobody's here. So we can't rest. We can't get into that house. We can't get into that house because that's too close to the guards. We can get into this one, and we can rob them, as one does. 300 gold. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I think you can slide into this one. Yeah, okay. But there's nothing here, so that was pointless. Come over here, and you want to come down and around. And I think originally the reason we wanted to come to Nanai was because they have a dock, and the whole point is that we want to get to where the Dark Dragon Emperor is. And there's a dock here, so we could take a boat to get there, right? But now the town's been taken over and the boats are all gone. And that's going to be a big part of this quest. It's just going to be us trying to get a boat to where the dark dragons are, and shit keeps happening to make us have to go further overland. There's a sneaky little boy hiding there, hiding behind the house. Nothing in this one. But I think that there is some more treasure in here. I think it's just a couple of herbs, but we'll check. Maybe it's money. It's herbs. It's herbs. So, how are we doing on cash? 1,627. I don't think that's going to be enough. So we want to come, we can't get into the item shop here because it's being too closely guarded, but we can sneak into the weapon shop, and it's open. They're open late hours. And they have a longsword for 2,250. If we don't get the longsword here, then we'll have to wait until the next town to get it. But the thing is, we're about to go through a much longer dungeon with a much tougher boss, and this longsword can make a big difference. So we want to see... All right, if you that's to trade, but we don't have enough. We're not going to get enough money even from the trade. Let's see what we can sell this stuff for. Probably not a lot. Straw hat. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough, guys. Now, there's some other stuff that we can get as well. The hairband, the silk gown, the iron rapier. We could get for a future party member, but it's not really important. The main thing is the longsword.
For science?
For science. I am in Nanai. Yo, Leo, what is up? So we're going to jump into the dungeon in Nanai. We're going to fight our way down the first time so that we can earn money. And we're going to clear out as many of the treasure chests as we can. And then we're going to come back and snag that longsword. I don't think there's anything here, but I could be wrong. I haven't checked over here in a while. Maybe there's something hidden under the bed. Sometimes they hide things under the beds in this game. You have to lay in the bed and look down and you'll find an item. Nah, nothing here. You got ox and went back to Agua? Nice. You can. I expect to clear Agua for the first time tonight, Leo, and I can show you where that secret weapon is I was telling you about, and I can show you a few other secrets as well. Yeah, there's nothing here. There are actually some. I'm sure there's probably some invisible squares that if I just go stand like over here and press A, I'll get an item, because there are places like that elsewhere in the game. But I'm not gonna exhaustively search every single square right now. So you have no idea where to go. Once you get Ox, there's a separate beach straight west of Prima that you can go onto, and then there's like you kind of wind down and around, and there's a fort that the Dark Dragons have set up in, and that's where you go to save his wife. I'm playing the game at 2 different points. I'm at 2 different spots in the same game. It's gonna be a while before you see. Well, I don't want to say that. It won't be a while. It'd probably be next week. I'll probably be there next week. At the very least, I can show you next week. Because like I'm planning to get to the Gremlin fight tonight, or at least, if not beat him, I'm gonna be ready to face him tonight. So this is probably gonna be like a 4, maybe 5 week thing for me. I'm gonna show you all the secrets, fam. Do. Now, I expect we'll get 1 more level before we fight the boss of this dungeon. Alright, so that's enough for the longsword. Do. Once we get to the 9th level, I'm not going to be super stressed. Let's just go back and grab it now. We're doing a little better on money than I expected to be, so. No heal pools here, unfortunately. No free heals in Nanai. I wish we could just slip out that door and then just go on to the next town. It's right after this. It's not in this dungeon, but it's like in the next cave after this one. No, it's not good. And oh, look at that. 14 damage more. Love it. Can't not. And we get 315 gold back. Shit, yeah. Okay. How are we doing on herbs? We got 2 stacks? Yeah, we got 2 stacks. So we're gonna start working our way through the dungeon. I'm gonna go back and save first. We're gonna start working our way through the dungeon. Once I get to level 9, or I have to use up all my herbs, I'll stop and start using marbles. But this next boss is pretty nasty. For the level you're fighting him at. So we're gonna save real quick. Imagine not knowing that. It is the SNES version, but I'm not playing it on original hardware. But I am playing the SNES version. I've played the SNES version, and I've played the Game Boy Advance version on stream in the past. Really, the only difference is there's some differences to the menus in Game Boy Advance. There's some updated artwork, and you can dash. Functionally, it's the same game. Breath of Fire 2 is very different, because Breath of Fire 2 has big differences in the way you gain XP. and in the encounter rates versus between Super Nintendo and Game Boy versions. Yeah. So we're playing the SNES version because that's the one I know from my childhood and that's the one I love. And I don't really see the value in playing the GBA version unless you're just trying to rush through it. So no. Yes, I will, Calrea. Now, if we use up all of our antidotes, we are going to start using marble. Because if we get down here and we get poisoned down at the bottom of this place, we're just fucked. There's nothing we can do about it. Like, we're just, if I'm on the second floor of this dungeon and I get poisoned and don't have an antidote, I'm going to die. End of story. So, yeah. Oh, are we actually, like, doing it? Okay. I thought we were going to talk about it. Surprise, y'all. We getting gutters. Janksgiving. Yes, so Friday we're going to be doing a Janksgiving celebration, Leo. I reached out to most of the top 10 cheerers on my channel. There's a couple that they're not around anymore. So 8 of the top 10 cheerers and then the 3 longest running subscribers were all asked to choose a game for me to play on Friday. Only 6 have chosen a game, and I'm not going to ask any more. So as it is right now, we're going to be doing 90 minutes each of several different games requested by those community members at the times that they'll be best able to observe. So if you look on my schedule, you can see what all I'm going to be playing. I need to add one thing to it because I just got a game for somebody like 45 minutes ago. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to be starting with Earthbound for Kidvarg because we've never played Earthbound before. Or, well, because Kidvarg's never played Earthbound before. I've streamed it before. Then we're going to do Wolfenstein 3D for Quex. We're going to do Chippendale's Rescue Rangers for Rocket Sauna. Then we're going to do the Lucius. No. After Chippendale's Rescue Rangers, we're gonna do co-op Battle Block Theater with Chainsaw Bear. Then I'm gonna do it's a horror game that Divide by Zero's picked out, and then I'm gonna finish up with Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland for the GBA for Megami Mori. Megami had wanted me to play Meta Nightmare, and I was like, you realize that's like the special version of the game that you only get after 100%ing it normally, right? And he was like, oh, I thought it was its own thing. I was like, nah, but I'll try. So I like Kirby. I've never actually streamed Kirby, and I used to play the shit out of Kirby when I was younger. Like, I actually legitimately like wore out my Kirby cartridge for the original Game Boy, and I've never streamed a Kirby game. I don't know why. I think it's just because they're too short for the most part. Why are there no Thanksgiving emotes? Because Twitch is a worldwide company, and America is the only country that celebrates Thanksgiving. I don't know. Oh, well, there you go, Calrea. Calrea found one. Never mind. A horrible one. I hate it. I hate it. Come on, give me another level up, guys. Please, this fight right here. Give me a level up. I want it. I need it. I've earned it. Damn it. Ah, wrong way. Yes, if Meta Nightmare is like a speed run version of the game where you can't die, like you have no extra lives, and you're playing as Meta Knight instead of Kirby. So Pow. And that's why we prioritize the glooms. Because they're bastards. Jabasted. Oh, God. You got jabasted. We're going to do that same thing we did before the last boss fight. We're going to just walk back and forth until I get bored of it or we get another level. Level up. Oh no! Fucked up. Okay, we're good. Oh no! I could, but it tends to look really janky when you watch the stream later. I've done it in the past on Breath of Fire games, like especially for Breath of Fire 2, because Breath of Fire 2 is really freaking grindy. Like, I have definitely used turbo to level up faster, but it ends up being a really jarring experience for the viewers because the music gets all weird and you're spazzing out all over the place. So I don't plan to do a lot of grinding. It's just this first little bit because I have a healthy fear or respect, whatever you want to call it, for the knight. I've been killed by him more than probably all the other bosses combined. So I tend to be very leery of being underleveled to the point that I'm usually overleveled when I fight him. He should. Yeah, I'm scared of the knight. The knight's a jerk. You're gonna be like, I killed him first try. Yeah. The gremlin's the same way. When I was a kid, I used to always die to the gremlin several times before I actually was able to kill him. Like I would get too cocky and then he would slap me down. And as an adult now I play it and I'm like, oh, this is the easiest fight ever. But like I still have that fear going in every time. I'm like, oh no, I remember that one time I got rolled when I was 10. The knight is scary because he's got a lot of AP and he's got several different things he could do to you with that AP. Like he could just heal himself, or he could come out and use Thunderbolt 3 times in a row. So I usually guess wrong, but I've got his number. I know what's up. We're gonna do 3 more battles, and if we don't level up, then we're gonna go downstairs. 3 more fights. We can do this, guys. Get wrecked. If we don't level in 2 more fights after this, then it's fated to be. Did he do that to you, Leo? It's like it gets you into this weird cycle where you're like, oh shit, I've only got 4 herbs left. Should I heal or should I fight? And the answer is always you should heal. Because he is a mean boss. Like that, the AI for this boss, I have a suspicion that some of the AI in this game, not all, but some of the AI chooses their move after you choose your move. Which, so basically, like, the AI is reacting to what you've chosen to do this round, as opposed to it being, like, truly random or based on the battle conditions at the start of the fight. I have that suspicion. I know there are some games that will do that, where the bosses will react to what you choose to do, rather than what is currently going on. So, yeah. So it's like, if you choose to heal, then he'll heal himself. But if you choose to hit him, then he'll fry you with lightning bolts. So, this is the last battle. If we don't level up, we're going downstairs. End of story. Alrighty. We've got 17 herbs. Bolt stone and a fire stone. We're going to save because we're scared. The worst part is just dying and having to walk through this whole dungeon again, right? Like, ugh. Sup, brother? Who disturbs my privacy? I'm taking over the world with this machine, and no one can stop me. Never attack on a turn when you're below 20 health. Pow. Alright. Another slugfest of a boss. Nothing really fancy going on. We're going to heal after this no matter what. Yeah, we're going to heal after this one because I don't trust him not to go before me and then zap me. It feels like sometimes you're like so closely matched with him on speed that it's like a coin toss which one of you goes first, and I hate that shit. So, although one of the fun things about this game is that if you cast Cure Magic, that character always goes first. Like, they go before the enemy regardless of whether you've got a higher speed than them or not. So, like, you have characters that at level 50, they're literally like, they can be single-digit speed, but because they're casting Cure, they will go first. So that is nice to know that, like, the game's not going to cheat you out of a win just because of a poorly timed heal. All right, so he's down to the purple. I'm going to heal after this one. Definitely going to heal after this one. Please don't hit me, brother. Oh. Spooky. And that bar is a trick. Don't fall for the trick. Hey, Megami. Now he's going to start healing. So now that he's going to start healing, we're going to hit him with the stick. Because otherwise he'll just keep he'll just keep healing himself for more damage than you're dealing, and you get stuck here forever. Firestone. There he goes, y'all. So that was basically useless. Doing that did nothing for me because he's pretty much right where he was. Now I'm going to heal and he's going to heal. Nope. Sometimes in this part of the fight, it almost feels like you're just hoping for a crit before he gets one. Oh, you might have to reload it, Leo. You might have to reload the screen. Boom. Arrgh! Does he get faster here? No. Okay. Miss. Alright. Don't get brave, y'all. We are not brave warriors. We are scared and we spam heals. You can't hear. Yeah, you may have to refresh. Can the rest of you hear the sound? Can everybody else hear the game? If I've been playing with no sound for an hour, I'm gonna be really sad. How could this be? I've been defeated. Arrgh! So funnily enough, when you take this key and it starts doing the little emergency thing, if you just keep, like, if you walk around long enough, you'll hear a voice that tells you to flee. And if you don't, if you just keep ignoring the voice, eventually the screen will white out and you will die. Like, you will just get a game over. Really? Are you fibbing to me? You can totally hear me. Hang on. Is the game louder than me or oh, don't play games with my heart. As we suspected, the device within the palace was causing the quakes. Let's go, Ryu. The king is waiting for us. You gave up Nanai to destroy the forces of the Dark Dragons. It was a tough choice to make, but the results show that you're a true hero. Yay, genocide! Travel east to Winland. There, you'll find a cave to another kingdom. Travel east to. Okay, we have. Blah, blah, blah. So, let's. So, the E key is going to sit right in that first slot for the next 10 hours of gameplay. Go us. It took me a second. I was like, I can't figure out what reference that emote is, and then it clicked for me, like, oh yeah, point down. So now we've got the E key. Regular fights are going to be a lot easier because if we use this, it causes a minor earthquake that deals 30 hit points of damage to every enemy in the game. And that's awesome. I wish you could hotbar a single item because we're going to do this probably 1,000 times. They don't tell you can do this. The only clue that you can do that is that non-usable items are grayed out in your menu when you go in here. So, like, for instance, the marbles and the cape are grayed out. And you could look at this and be like, wait a second, this is lit up. That means I can use this. And then you're like, oh shit, like that's an actual thing. There's actually a lot of weapons in this game that do that. Like, it's always good if you find a really weird or rare or unusual weapon, check to see if it's usable as an item, because there's a lot of weapons that give you free spells, and some of them are like good to the point that you can beat the game without using actual attack magic. Like, there's a couple that do like 90 HP to the entire enemy party, stuff like that, to the point where you don't actually need to use the attack mages after the second half of the game. You know what you might need to do, Leo? You might need to turn the stream quality down, because if you're streaming it at the source, if you're trying to stream it at like 1080 or 720p, your connection might not be good enough where you are, and it might be lagging you out. So if you set the quality of the stream down to like 360, it might fix it for you. That would be my suggestion. Come here, chonk. Aw. That would be my. Well, I guess if he can't hear me, could somebody tell him? Could somebody suggest to him via text that maybe he should turn the stream quality down, or I can do it? Ah! Oh, it's on 160? I don't know then. Are you on a data plan? Are you on a limited data plan? All right, so we're in Winland. This is Winland. Cool. Just checking for items. Just checking. Give me that agility potion. Oh no, it's vigor. And just remember that last boss fight, that was with me like going out of my way to get the money to get the long sword. If I had not had the long sword, I would have probably been doing like 25-30% less damage per hit. It would have been a lot more of a pain in the ass. So it's definitely important to I'm gonna eat this. Ryu eats the fruit. That actually does heal you. If you like steal the fruit or the fish or whatever off the tables, it does heal you. It would have been a lot more difficult had I not had that. Oof. Oof. F in chat for Leo's internet. Keep hitting that down key by accident. Life is a pain sometimes. I'm sorry, fam. I don't think there's anything in here, but I gotta check if it's the only house left. Nope. Okay. So that's everything. Just a vigor potion, nothing special. We're gonna come up here. We're gonna ask them to let us use the bridge to the eastern lands so that we can try and find a boat somewhere. I haven't seen the king for some time. I wonder if he's okay. The king has refused an offer from the Dark Dragons. He will not betray the other kingdoms. You want to see the king? Please wait here. Princess Nina, the king has a visitor. Should I tell him the king is ill? No! If word gets out the king's been poisoned, our people might panic. Keep this quiet until we can get the remedy. It may be very difficult to find. Princess, our visitor has been waiting. Show him to one of the guest rooms, please, and ask him to stay. Princess Nina, are you going to look for the remedy alone? Don't worry, I can take care of myself. She cannot take care of herself. She's not as bad as Nina 3, though, because Nina 3 is trash, but she is not a warrior. I'm worried about the princess. I'll find someone to help her. Thank you. The king isn't here. Please wait until he returns. You must be tired. You can stay here for the night. And then at this point, somehow, all of our gear teleports into Nina's back pocket. Because we're going to take over as the princess for the next 45 minutes or hour or so. Must do my part to save the king and the country. And shield, hat, an herb, and an antidote. And what else do we got? Herb, 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 herb. Luckily, there was a shield and a hat there because she does not have any gear in those spots. So please be careful. Keep in mind, she's like 15, y'all. The 15-year-old heir to the throne of Winland sets out under cover of night, planning to get the remedy. We're going to get 11 marbles, 3 antidotes, and 3 herbs. Just when y'all thought it was safe to shop in an item store, right? Y'all thought that the purchase sound was bad in Rings of Power. Oh, I went one over again. Why do I keep doing that? Oh, because I was going to get... Okay. We need 8 more. Sorry. And then we got to get like 18 of these. No, you know what? I got 18 last time and I ended up with way too many. There we go. And just for safety's sake, we're going to grab a life and 9 teardrops. So scratch it, you goob. All right. And I guess in theory we could sell that suede cape that she stole from us. There we go. Inventory is a little weird in this game because the space is not as limited as in some games, but you do suddenly find yourself after some of the longer dungeons, you do suddenly find yourself having to drop items because all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I've got 12 key items that are taking up space at the bottom of my inventory. I can't drop any of them, so here we are. But in any case, nobody stops the princess, so she sneaks out. But fear not. We heard what's going on. You can't make it on your own. We won't let you through unless we go along, okay? The soldiers join the party. Huzzah! So we now have a couple of level 8 soldiers. Let's see what their names are. Let's find out what their lore is. Soldier 1. Soldier 2. They will be around for a long time, y'all. Surely they will survive the entirety of the story. But Soldier 2 is the fast one. E-key. Boom, baby. Oh, Lord. Leo, what'd you do? So this is the part where we're going to get iron ore that Leo was asking about. I think I go this way first. For items. Herb. All the fights in here are going to be these one-hit kills for the E key, and that's okay too. Yeah, let's go to the next area. Damn it! Ready to go back? Hang on. There we go. The light's starting to hurt my eyes a little bit. That's not terribly dark, so. And really, y'all are here for the games, not for the sir. Not for the sir. You take a cure. Cures are nice. They are exactly what they sound like. It's a healing item. It completely restores one character's HP. And honestly, at this point in the game, an herb is pretty much a cure. So you can save them for later or you can sell them. I think they sell for like 500 gold each. So I just treat those like juicy little money blobs that I can sell in town when I need them for gear or whatever. Juicy little money blobs. That's a quotable if I've ever... Oh my goodness, look how much faster. Wait, did I put the right thing on? Okay. Yes, so much faster. Oh, I'm sorry, Leo. Leo fought the good fight for longer than many would have. Phenomenal merch store is open. It's true. And we're going to have a new, probably next week or the week after, we're going to have a new shirt design. We're going to be doing a spooky, the iron ore is what we really needed from this place. So I'm glad we came back. That's an important item to have. We're going to have a new t-shirt design coming soon, celebrating the 2022 Hallow stream. Successful surviving of the stream. And I'm really excited once I get that worked out with the artist who we've worked with before, to Elise. It's going to be very cool. I already know it. Just from what I know I want to do, and from me knowing that Elise is awesome, I know it's going to be an awesome design. I'm gonna put a little gas on this fire. These enemies aren't worth... I'm pretty sure that when it says you gain 7 XP, they mean they're splitting 7 XP between 3 people. It's not worth the amount of time it takes to get 2 XP per person for this shit. Take an herb. But yeah, the iron ore is actually a key item that we're going to need later. If you don't get it now, then later on when you need it, there's really like no indication where it is, and it's just a matter of you flailing wildly until you find it. Kind of a mean thing that they did in that regard, because you literally can't beat the game without it. But I don't think they even tell you where it is if you don't have it. It's just a matter of like, go find this thing, you know. So. There's the stairs, but what's over here? Coldstone? How do I remember that? Why do I remember that? I don't want to remember that. I don't want to remember what items in that treasure chest. Oh, God. Ugh. I haven't played this game in like 6 months. As the sun rises, this is Romero. Karma is west of here, and Agua is north. I'm back from my eternal sleep. I missed my wife. There are zombies here. You should have been around more often when you were alive. Okay. Ever since I returned from the dead, I felt weak and faint. I wonder if that's normal. The remedy brought me back to life. I haven't eaten, but I feel fine. The remedy brought me back to life. I haven't eaten, but I feel fine. Yet. You haven't eaten yet? So this town has been overrun by zombies. Lovely. A silk gown, you say? 2,800 gold for a 5-point increase. Get bent. And see, this one is an 8-point increase, and it costs less. They don't always... Prices are different in different towns. So, like, for instance, the Marble 3s were 9 gold in the first town, and they were 10 gold in Winland. But they do you dirty. They do you dirty in this game. You gotta pay attention. My girlfriend's gone. Think she met someone else? Yes. Some loser. Karma is full of monsters. It's spooky. Girls of the village have gone. Were they tired of country life? The color of the ground is changing. It must be because of the potion. So So this is all very exciting. Why is this hole here? Is this your fucking house, dude? I don't know, but I'm jumping in it. Okay. So that door's locked. We can't get in there yet. But we can move this. And we got a map. Go us. And we're just gonna drop this right down here. They unfortunately do not have separate item lists for key items and regular items in this game. But, alright. We've done everything that we can do here, so let's go ahead and save and just keep on keeping on to the west to Karma. Do you wish to tell me your story? Yes. Your journey has been recorded. Good luck. Na 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 na. All right, first little bit of secrets in the game. We're gonna use some mist because the enemies are still not worth a ton of XP here. Some of these trees will freeze your game. They have items behind them. Holy shit. So you got to check all these freestanding trees. So you should be able to walk behind them. But if you get stopped there, that means there's a treasure chest. And they have helpful healing items and potions. So be sure to check behind the trees. And the fact that they do that, and it's such a trivial item, just like a +1 strength, tells me that there's a lot of other really well hidden stuff that you don't know about, you know? Funnily enough, you can actually eat these mushrooms. A lot of people don't know this. Another fun secret. But you can actually eat these mushrooms. I think the brown ones are the healthy ones. It's poison. I lied. It's the red ones. There you go. Yeah. So you get some free healing from eating the mushrooms. The red mushrooms. Oh wait, did I check behind the trees? I want to say there's like 3 trees that you can check behind in this forest. That's one. Just an herb. So we got an herb, a strength potion. There's a bandage here. I'm gonna hold on to that. I'm gonna put that on the hero when we get him back. I don't want to rely on this too much because I do have a few boss fights coming up before we get the hero back, but I want to make up for some of this random bullshit grinding that I was doing before. That's the exit, so I think if we come up here, might be another item or 2. Ah, wisdom potion. There we go. Oh, you know what? I think this might be the exit, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the exit. Alright. I don't think there's anything else super groundbreaking here. The 2 potions are the main thing, and then the bandage, because the bandage is a nice upgrade. Oh, no, I lied. Herb. We're going to start fighting now. We're going to start fighting enemies. I'd like for her to be level 7 before the next boss fight. So the other 2 guys are like impossible to level up. They take way too much XP to gain levels, and it really doesn't matter because they're not permanent party members anyway. And I think this thing can actually survive a hit from the E key. Not sure. Yeah. And bonk. There's actually a decent amount of XP though. So she can cast Cure, Fort, and Heal. Fortify, I guess is what Fort stands for. So this time we're going to have Nina use the E key. Soldier 2 will attack the spider. And then that will clear the enemies before they get to attack. Go us. I love just the slight bit of animation that these enemies have. It's such a well done game. It really is. It's not fair to compare it to Final Fantasy because it was never meant to be the kind of game Final Fantasy is. You know? Such is life. No! Nice. Level 6. Luck up learned. Left Dark Kiss. 150 gold. Okay. See, I should have trusted in myself. I was right about which path was the exit. And then I started second guessing. Like a dumb. Oof. Oh. Oh, I fucked up. I knew which ones were the healthy ones, and I still chose the wrong thing. Do-do. You see, it makes no sense because you want to think that the red ones are going to be the poisonous ones because it's, you know, real life. But the red ones are the healthy ones and the brown ones are the dangerous ones in this game, which is just weird. They're teaching children bad survival skills. E key. Oh, so she's officially now faster. So she should just always use the E key. Go, Rita. Please tell me I didn't choose the wrong path. Yep. Agility potion. There we go. So, an herb and 3 permanent stat boosters hidden behind the trees here. Very nice. Very, very nice. Nothing there, and we're out. And we're in Karma. The Tower of Karma. We're going to have a heal pool right off the bat. Now this one's interesting because we can just kind of cruise through, but there's a lot of really good items here that we can grab. Items that are worth a lot of money. Not so much like good gear, but this is the first place we can get a Moon Tier, which is your all-party full heal item. We can get a Cure 2, a couple of Cures, a Life, things like that. So it's actually a good idea to just take your time, check out all these little side rooms and things. Moondrop. There's only like 3 Moondrops in the game, I think. So that's actually a big find to just be kind of like tucked away over there. And it's kind of mean because coming up we're gonna have an unbeatable boss fight, and they kind of like. I think that the thought was like they're gonna trick you into they're gonna trick you into using that. I've said it before. I love this game, but the developers definitely had a certain level of like sadism to them. Like they really wanted to like, or I guess I don't know if that'd be masochism or sadism, but they wanted to inflict just a little bit of pain on the player. They didn't want this to be too easy. So if Megumi's here, Megumi knows which one is which. He'd be like, "Come on, man, don't call me out like that." Oh, 2 Moondrops. I forgot that. 2 Moondrops. Hells yeah. Go away. Nobody's home. So first things first, we're gonna fort E key. So the Grim Reaper says, "Piss off." Does not have a ton of health though. Now we get to see Nina do her thing. She's always going to get to go first if she's casting cure spells. Yeah, the E key makes a huge difference in this fight. And we could just spam cures for this one because we got a heal potion or a heal pool right there, right? E key. Boom. And he's down. That's our first little mini boss. HP is completely recovered. Little mice running around up there. So now we can go back downstairs and charm. Noise. Now, is that a usable charm or is that an equipable charm? It is a usable charm. Okay. So that'll cure Curse. And hopefully... Actually, you know what? I'm going to check. Just to say, hopefully that's not a treasure area, but... Spiders! Let's go up this next staircase. We've already got the 2 Moondrops, which are really the big prizes here. Those are game changers. Real game changers, as they say. Herb. Why would you not leave antidote? Oh yeah, I'm glad I came back then. It's just a treasure chest. Okay. E key. And we've got a room in the middle there with a bunch of holes, which are going to figure in shortly. Only one hole is the correct one. Oh, the power creep is real in this game. Just instant death. Boom. An hour ago, this was a spooky fight. Yeah. Attack up has been learned. I never used to use buff spells in this game. I didn't really see the point in them. But when I did my no transformations run, I learned the value of buff spells. Like I tell you, the buff spells make a difference in this game. They 100% make a difference. They don't make a difference if you're using transformations because the dragon form, your main attacker Ryu, his dragon transformations do a set amount of damage per hit. Oh, hello, Scale. How are you doing, my friend? With the raid. Hello. Welcome. Cook, serve, delicious. Is that a game or were you actually cooking, serving delicious food? Either way, welcome in anybody who came with the raid. I'm the Phenomenal Sir. I am a lover of retro jank RPGs of the J variety and pretty much everything else too. Tonight we are playing Breath of Fire 1, Super Nintendo RPG from Capcom, made in 1993, and the first Super Nintendo game I ever owned. And I love it. It is amazing, and I hope you're amazing too. How was your stream, Scully? Does it? That's cool. So is it like a cooking simulator game, or is it more like a Cooking Mama or like a something like that game? Which I know Cooking Mama is a simulator, but you know what I'm saying. Like, is it like an Unreal Engine cooking food, or is it like a camping in Pokemon Sword and Shield cooking food? So we are currently in control of Princess Nina of Winland. The main character, our hero Ryu, is currently asleep back in the castle, waiting to meet with the king, who he does not realize has been poisoned. Nina has snuck out of the castle. Well, I guess she didn't sneak out. Nina just left the castle and was met by two soldiers from the Winland army, and they are helping her explore this evil wizard's tower in search of the remedy to save her father. So that's what we've got going on. This is tricky. Going for the hole, baby. Is this the one? This is not the one. Oh, but there was treasure chests that I missed down here. Never mind. I'm glad I came down here then. Ah, I see. Okay. I don't think any cooking simulator is going to be super accurate, though, because it's really hard to simulate the act of cooking in a video game accurately, right? But, yeah. So we chose the wrong hole. I'm not proud to admit it, but I am also not afraid to admit it. Next time around, I will do better. The right hole is the right hole. Gotta remember that. Burn that into your brains. Luckily, we have repels. Hey, absolutely. I enjoy the lurk. Have fun with the holes. I won't say I always do, but I will do my best. I was about to be like, I always do. Ho ho ho. But yeah. We're just cruising right along. We're gonna make some good progress tonight. This is a nice comfy RPG to play. Comfy RPG. Now we're gonna choose the correct hole. That was the correct hole. Now back up the stairs. all the way to the top. To the tippy tip tip top. And then back down again. And back down again. And treasure. Life 2. I thought it was a cure 2 in here. It's a life 2. I said a cure 2 and a life, and it's actually a cure and a life 2. Alright, and... Sup, brother? My brother was watching the gate. What did you do to him? Killed him. Is he a punk? Always fort Nina first. Petrify! Woo! And we're gonna E-key. We're gonna fort. We're gonna herb. Alright, no herb. There we go. I was like, I know I have a stack here that I've started using already. Okay. And now we're gonna fort the last one, and then we'll do attack up on one of them and see what we can do. Oh. This is me being cheeky here, y'all. Attack up is 15. 15 AP. That's so expensive. I was doing 5 before. Now I'm doing 12. So it's like double damage. Okay. Worth. Still not as much as the Earth Key, but a little better. Boom. Oof! Mortea seems alright. And... wrecked! Another one bites the dust. Monster left life 2. Grim Reaper dropped a revive. Okay. So now we're going across from the first tower to the second tower, but fear not, children. This is not a whole ass dungeon. It's just one little area we got to explore. So don't freak out and think that we got to go all the way back down. So that was the vast majority. I'm not even sure if there's fights on this side of the bridge, honestly. I guess we'll find out. I know there are in the last room, because that's the first time you fight the Zards, the lizard men. Now, I have no idea why these women that were being held captive couldn't have done this to begin with, but whatever. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna get out of here. I'll see you later. Be careful. Looking for the remedy? You'll find it downstairs. Word. Just give it a second. It's got to catch up. Oh, yep, there are. No enemies in that first part, but there are enemies here. E-key, you're dead. Nice. Okay. One last pill bug encounter for the road. Poison bug. I call them pill bugs because they look like pill bugs, but it's supposed to be poison bug. Remedy should be in this room. Let's find it and get out of here. Where are my specimens? Who let them loose? I can't let the wizard use people for his experiments. Ah, some unexpected visitors. Your arrival is very timely. gas! It's the Xeon gas! It will drain our energy! That's right, Bird. Your powers are useless. Princess Nina and her soldiers will soon collapse. Princess Nina and her soldiers will soon collapse. And this is where you're tempted to start using all those crazy items that you've been picking up along the way, like the bolt stones and things, but don't fall for it. I'll distract the wizard. Please, go get help. I'll protect her. I can't leave both of you here. Go, get out of here. Hang tight. What have you done? He got away. You're gonna pay for that. Zap. Zap. The party has fallen. Worry not, children. I heard a scream. It's too late. You're finished. What? I can defeat an army of winged soldiers with my Xeon gas. Now I will complete my experiment using the princess as my subject. We won't let you. Your efforts will be in vain. He's yelling at you as you're flying away. So yeah, Windland people can turn into birds when they grow up, apparently, when they're adults. Dragons! Princess! Na, 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 na. What is going on? Princess Nina has been captured. This is the work of the wizard. We must send out a rescue party. But the wizard has the Xeon gas, which is poisonous to us. Perhaps the traveler at the castle can help us. And he's dead. I'll round up the rescue party. You talk to the traveler. So he brings me back my items that the princess stole. Wizard captured our princess. Help us? Thank you. A rescue party has been gathered. Please join them outside. I woke up and I had way more money than I went to sleep with. What's this dress? Oh, that was a... Okay, never mind. It was an upgrade for the princess and not for me. Strength up by 1. Agility up by 1. Wisdom up by 1. And we're going to go ahead and move these to the bottom so we don't accidentally use them. Same with the life 2s. You can see it's not a huge inventory. We will eventually get a slightly larger inventory, but it's always going to be a little tight. I need you to rescue Princess Nina. Whee! 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 Plan is to storm Karma. Let's go. Hop onto my back. I'll give you a ride. Get a little preview, just a little sneak peek of some areas we haven't been to yet. Big part of this game is being able to go back and backtrack and explore parts of the world you've already been to with new party members and new ways to progress. Basically, every time you get a new party member, like the first thing you should do is you should go back everywhere you've been before and get all the new stuff. You can actually get some really good stuff that way. We're not going to get to see most of that tonight, but next Monday, we're going to see a lot of stuff that you can get very early just through backtracking, like way earlier than you should be getting items. So. Do you wish to tell me your story? Well, sure. The journey has been recorded. Good luck. Well, I was napping and now I'm here. So coming up, we've got an item that it's not really missable because you can come back to this area, but it's a pain in the ass to come back to this area. So I'm going to call it like missable light. There is a missable light item in this next area that is very helpful to have. The gas that's harmful to Wing Clan members is down below. I can't go on. Soldier leaves the party. Take care. Alright, so we're immune to the magic fog. We're going to use a marble. And even this item, this super useful item, is actually a little bit of a trick when you first get it. So when you come here, instead of going straight up the middle, you want to come over to the left side, and there's a treasure chest tucked away back in this corner that has a sproing, which completely heals you, and a rang. Now the rang is going to look like a weaker item than what we're used to, right? However, the rang hits every single enemy. It's also unsellable, which should be your first clue that you need to keep it. But it's the first of 3 boomerang weapons that the hero can use. Only the hero can use, which makes his physical attack hit all enemies. Hate to say, you know, hate to sound like a broken record, but it's a real game changer. A warrior from the Dragon Clan. The Xeon gas won't affect you, but you'll soon know the wrath of my magic powers. We're gonna just start off, hit him as hard as we can before he starts boosting his defense. And the second rang weapon is actually a story item, so you can't miss it. The third one is super hidden, and you can 100% miss it. So, but unless I'm fighting a boss, you're going to see me using the boomerang most of the time with Ryu. It's only going to be a few times when I'm going to actually switch to a sword, especially since I'm using dragon transformations on this run. Once I get dragon transformations, there's never going to be a reason to not have the rang equipped, because single target enemies, I'm just going to use the dragons. Alright, so he's starting to do his little fancy bullshit where he's dodging me because his defense is too high. So now we'll give him a kiss of lightning. He'll do the same to us, but ours is bigger. And I don't think he has a second wind. Let's see. He does, in fact, have a second wind. And if he's faster than me, we may die right now. Nope, he wasted his time healing or buffing himself again. If he had used lightning, I would have been dead right there. That would have been game over. And I would cry. He's panicking. I'm going to use the cold stone, and he's down. Boom, baby. Easy peasy. Arrgh! I was so close to perfecting the eternal life potion. You received the remedy. Thank you. Nina collapses and Ryu carries her up the stairs. I don't know what we would have done if you weren't there. Now it's over and we can hurry back to the castle. Thanks for everything, Ryu. Come on, I'll give you a lift. Princess Nina saved, and that's 2 hours. So once we get down to the town, I'm going to run and grab a refill. Second sippy, because I am off tomorrow. Hell yeah. And then we will continue on. We are on target. We're doing a good job so far, guys. It's not a speed run. It's a casual fun run, but we do have goals. We have a certain speed that we want to move through the game at. Father! Father! Princess Nina has gone to see the king. It was Ryu's bravery that saved Nina. Yup. Because I'm a boss. Marble 3 no longer works. Wait. Boom. Oh. Ryu, the remedy doesn't seem to be working. Were we too late? I'm beginning to feel better. I'll be fine. Jumps up and down. Jumps on the bed. Getting much better. Thank you, Ryu. You saved my father's life. Thank you, King Santa. So, you're the warrior who saved my life. What can I offer in return? Well, there is one thing. He does have lines. Okay, I'm not crazy. He's not a totally silent hero. You wish to use the tunnel? Is that all? You could have asked for more. Ryu, I'd like to join you on your journey. Don't go, Nina. You'll only slow him down. Isn't that right, Ryu? I've made my decision. We can't ignore Zog's power. I'm going. If it's important to you, you have my permission. Be careful. Such a far cry from the king of from like the Windian king in the other games. In this game, they're like it's so funny because like it really ties into the lore when you see like the decline of the power of the bird people over the course of the games, and it all ties back to him, the king, allowing her to go, and like that was like the start of the, I guess, like the muddying of the bloodlines for the Windians and the royal family, and like every Breath of Fire game after this one, they get more and more aggressively protective of their princess and not wanting the princess to be around other people. Like it's interesting. Interesting is the only word it's just, it's like even then they were like laying the groundwork for the future. An herb and an antidote. This is fun. I meant to point this out earlier, but I forgot. That is actually a picture of Arthur from the Ghosts and Goblins series, which was also a Capcom game. But that is 100% Arthur, the main character from Ghosts and Goblins. The king has given me his authorization. This is important. We're going to come back here when we get our fourth party member. That's a totally optional treasure room that has a great item in there. It's got a couple of good items, but there's one specific item that is going to be really important. So, we have now reached the midway point of the stream. I am going to run an ad to turn off pre-roll ads for a while. And while I do that, I'm going to go to the restroom, get a drink, and when I come back, we are going to keep on playing. We have plenty of time left ahead of us, plenty of game left ahead of us, and I hope that you will stick around to see it. If you can't stay, I understand and I still love you, but I will be right back. All right, and we are back, and I have a friend. I have a Dennis. Dennis, come here. I want to make you famous. Come here, buddy. Come here. I'm gonna put you on camera. Come here. Come on. You know you want this. He's like, no, no, I don't. You are a butt. Such a bad cat. Calrea spoiled him before I was around. I've ruined him for life. I've worked hard, but I don't think there's any hope for him at this point. Anyway, off we go to the east. So now we have Ryu and Nina. We have the start of a party. We have a fighter and a healer. I didn't do shit. I literally walked in the room and he got up and followed me. Not my fault. He's a vile betrayer. Same old boring enemies that we've been fighting for a while now. The game is merciful. Doesn't... Oh. But I will not be. I think it's time to get some buffalumps. Time to gather some buffalumps, y'all. No, you, Mr. Buffalo. No. I will have those lumps. Damn you. Get stuck in a corner, you bastard. Can't tell if it's a boar or a buffalo. I think it's supposed to be a boar. But I've always thought they look like buffalo. America. Nope. Ha! No! You fucker. Damn it. I wanted him to run up into that little corner area. I don't think it's going to happen, guys. I don't think I have the patience to make it happen. Yeah, he's just going to be a dick and keep running in a big circle. Damn it. Can we get this one? Can we trap this one? No! How? That should have done it. At that point, he should have popped. Like, he'll just explode in a cloud of smoke, and then you get to loot his body. That's unfortunate. Jerk. Look at this fool. I'm a master fisherman. I can fish anywhere, even where there is no water. This is Tantar. We are the Forest Clan. Ah, well, it was worth a try, guys. Scythe is still weaker. Bandana. Not worth the increase. Same. I'm gonna sell the Dark Kiss. I don't know what that's supposed to... I think it's supposed to have like a chance to insta-kill an enemy, but it doesn't usually work. The dress goes for 500, which is decent. And we're going to stock up our items. Actually, I don't know if they have an item shop on this town. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll be fine. We've got a healer now. They have an inn, but no, the item shop's on the other side of the river, I think. There's a Tantar and Tuntar. It's like twin villages, one on each side of the river. One is humans, one is wolf people. So. But what we need is, when you come down here. Hey, buddy. I'll make a saw if you bring the iron ore, okay? In fact, it's done. We have a saw. And if we had not picked up the iron ore, we would have had to go back the way we came, back through Windland, back through that cave. It would have sucked. So, before I go to the next area, I want to duck over here real quick, see if there's any freebies we can grab. See if there's any more stat up items or anything like that. I can't remember if there are or not. The inns, if they have this layout, there's always going to be an item back here. It's usually going to be a decent item. Not always, but usually you're going to get a potion or something nice. I don't know how to work the robot, and I don't want to get involved. Tantar should give up the ring to resolve the problem. So there's some drama going on right now where the Dark Dragons... My fiance lives in the next village. We can't see each other right now. Where basically these two villages are arguing about whether or not to side with the Dark Dragons. The chief of this village, up until recently, felt very strongly about, you know, the two villages working together to tell the Dark Dragons to kick rocks. I thought I saw the chief near the Forest of Despair. Now he's here. You seen the stone robot to the north? Chief's been acting odd lately, but he can still tell you about the robot. So there's some weirdness going on with the chief. There's no water, but that's no problem. Okay, California. What? Move easily in the woods with Bo leading the group. Destroyed the bridge to the port town in the south. Anyway, there's some drama going on here where basically, like, the Dark Dragons there's a magic ring that's supposed to make you a powerful warrior, and there's also a key that controls a stone robot to the north of town, which the Dark Dragons want both of these things to increase the strength of their army, and the villagers are refusing to cooperate, so they've been kind of like closed off. The Dark Dragons have built a fort in the woods up here, and they have been taking hostages. The chief of Tantar lately seems to no longer be super worried about the Dark Dragons, but we're going to find out that that's because there's something sketchy going on. I should have used my Earth Key, but I was a fool. Time for sippies? I got you, Yelleth. Got a fresh one for you. Boom, baby. Raise a glass and huzzah in the name of the second best Nina in the franchise. Huzzah, huzzah. Those were unnecessary herbs, but I'm okay with that. I don't mind. Yay, Nina! Oh. That's one. I did say I was going to keep the Rang equipped all the time, didn't I? So how was your rando race? I saw that you had a new avatar this time. Is that because you were playing a different version of the rando, or did you just switch up? I saw you had like Shadow Zelda this time. You overworked the saw and broke it. Hey, JD, how's it going? Welcome in. We're playing Boff 1, second best Boff in the series. Ah, because it was a Halloween one. Okay, I didn't really get to see much of it because I had stuff going on. That's cool. Halloween rando. So this, I'm going to kind of run through. I'm going to come back and search this once we get our next party member. But for now, I'm more concerned about just getting him because I want him to gain some levels too. And I want Nina to not get clapped, please, by the Ghost Knight. Thank you. Oh, well, Bye, Nina. Oh, never mind. He was merciful. Okay. These enemies hit like trucks. Probably because we used all those marbles early on, huh? Oh. Wait, is that an item? I think I am going the wrong way. Doing good? I like to hear that, JD. Welcome in. Hopefully your Breath of Fire 2 runs have been going well. I think it was Breath of Fire 2. I didn't get to catch the last one, but I saw you were playing. Something was going on. I couldn't jump in, but yeah. A wrist. I'm guessing that's supposed to be like a wrist guard, not just the actual wrist of a human, like a bone. Alright. Since I'm over here, I guess I'll grab the chests. Actually, I think this is just a maze. Nope, there's items. Never mind, I'll shut up. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm new. But we do have a really nice secret coming up. So we got some Breath of Fire fans in the group. I don't know if everybody knows about this. So I'll get to show off a little bit of coolness. Actually, 2 secrets. So let's just move on. And we get to discuss hats. We get to have a serious conversation about hats in this game. Nobody gets past us. We're very sharp guards. Oh, yeah? I'm scared, actually. Hang on. I'm scared. Okay. And the Lancer at least should be dead. It's so interesting to me how the archers tend to have more health than the Lancers, because you would think the ones that do melee combat would be tougher, but I don't know. Yeah, as soon as, and you get it soon and you should definitely wear it. Yeah, no. Lies. Don't listen to Yelleth. Yelleth is an agent of chaos. So one of these chests contains a wolf hat. I think it's in the next area. Yeah, it's the next basement. There's a wolf hat. The wolf hat is a trick. It is a 100% trap from the developers. It is demonstrably one of the worst hats in the game. Got Grandpa, open the world map, hit up Tunland and the carnival. Once you get Grandpa, you know, you can get the secret character, you can go to Monster Island and start, like, space rocket speeding your level ups. You can do a lot once you get Grandpa. Challenge is fun. Having one character take double damage for the rest of the game is not. Especially when they don't tell you that that's what's going on. I honestly just thought that Bo sucked when I was a kid. I was like, oh my god, Bo is the worst character. Bo is god tier in this game. Because they didn't, I think that they made Bo really, really good, and they didn't expect you to not use the cursed hats and not use the Karn transformations. So they kind of expected, like, okay, we can make him amazing because nobody's ever going to use him at his full potential. But I'm going to use him at his full potential because I know the truth. Bo is the real hero. The big difference between 19 and 40 damage to those guys. 14. Okay. Yeah. You can get blue. You can also go to Gunt's which is like the Breath of Fire 2 version of Gant, where Ox's people are from. And you can buy some of the best gear in the game, like basically until you get to the end of the game. That's going to be like the brass gear is super expensive, but it's also like the best gear you're going to be able to buy in a normal store until like the last 10% of the game. There's only like 2 shops that have better gear than that shop does. They really take the training wheels off once you get the whale. It's like all of a sudden the game gets way easier. All right. So, yeah, and they even put it in a trapped chest just to fuck with you even more. The wolf hat is one of 3 hats in the game that is cursed. When you equip it, you will see your character's stats go up. The wolf hat is actually, like, on paper, it's a nice upgrade based on the next party member, Bo, is the only character that can use the wolf hat. It's a really nice upgrade for Bo, except for the fact that when you're wearing it, he takes 50% more damage from all sources. Which is why if you're wearing, and because it seems like it's the best hat he can wear in the game, you're gonna wear it until you get the skull hat in the crypt, which is the next cursed hat, and it's the next upgrade for Bo. And then after that, you're gonna get the power hat, and the power hat is actually in a shop. You can buy it, and it's cursed, and it makes you take more damage. So, funnily enough, the cursed hat is not actually cursed. The cursed hat is a good item. But yeah, the wolf hat, skull hat, and power hat are absolutely evil items. The wolf hat's the first one because you'll go in and you'll have, like, when I was a kid, it used to make me so frustrated because I would fight the gremlin boss and he would literally one-shot Bo, and I could not understand why Bo was dying so much. It just felt so unfair. And now I know I was right. Like, he would do that AoE flame attack, and it'd be like, Ryu takes 20 damage, Nina takes 30 damage, Bo takes 70 damage, and then he would just and fall. And there was no explanation given. Alright. You came to rescue the chief? Don't make me laugh. We are definitely going to fort. Wouldn't it have been nice to get a crit right there and just drop all 3 of them? Just instantaneously. This is actually a nasty little section right here because you're going to fight up to 3 battles back to back that are all considered like boss fights. And if you don't know that they're coming, you're going to just like kind of treat it like a normal battle and then be in a bad position for the next battle. So yeah, everybody focus on Ryu. Damn it. That's okay. Because I want them to focus on Ryu, because Ryu's gonna get healed, and he's gonna kill 2 of them right now. Boom. Maybe 3? No. And then probably not enough. Probably not enough. Nope. I should have had faith. She's not Nina 3. She's not total trash. Thanks for saving me. Let's take their weapons before we leave. Do you want me to lead you to them? And here, you're going to say no. Their weapons will be useful. We don't have any in the village. Do you want me to lead you to them? No. Repeats himself. No, fucker, I don't want to follow you. Wait, this is not the chief. He's an imposter. Say no 3 times, Bo knocks down the wall, and boom. I came in from the back and rescued the chief while you kept them busy. I was just messing around before. Now we're gonna rumble. And this saves you a really annoying boss fight against an enemy called Pog, who gets 2 rounds per turn, and he can 100% mess you up. So, good to be able to skip that. Fry, Bo is amazing. Let's go, Bo. 34 damage. See, Bo doesn't need to take more damage from enemies. He already takes enough damage from enemies. He doesn't need more help getting killed. But he also just dropped him to half health in one go, so... Bo over here flexing on Ryu. Oh, that's a cute boomerang you got there. Knowing that Bo has Fry is also very helpful. Now we're just gonna kind of work our way through this fight, just in the standard way. If not this round, next round he'll go down. I think, maybe. In any case, I think all he's got is regular physical attacks, so we can just do this all day. I mean, we've got another 10 heals we can cast. He's down, yeah. That second wind ain't shit. You've won the battle, but not the war. The river is still dry. Maybe like 80 or 90 HP. That's not a terrible second wind. They were searching for the ring. Let's find a way to remove the rock. Zog is also my enemy. Let me help you fight him. Bo joins the party. Oh. He broke a second wind. Yeah, he did. My shoulder cracked. I don't know if y'all heard that. So now we're gonna feed Bo an acorn. We are gonna herb up. And we're gonna equip Bo with not the wolf hat. I was thinking the wrist would... Oh, damn. Okay. The wolf hat is evil. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, there's only like 2 bows in the game that Bo can use a shield with, but that's okay. We're going to come back here real quick because there is a secret, another secret, right behind this boss fight. Or not boss fight, but enemy fight. Boom, boom. Ouch. Why? Right there, we get a white antler, which normally we would need to get lucky, pull a white deer, and then hunt it and kill it with Bo, but because we picked one up, go us. That's like a free full AP. If we'd have said yes to the chief, he would have brought us over here, the doors would have shut, and then we'd have had to fight a 2-headed dragon. Would have sucked. But Pog's just gone now. I guess it's implied that Bo just soloed him by himself because he's a boss. And now we're going to take our time getting out of here because we want to gain some XP for Nina because we did skip some battles earlier with her. And the fights did ramp up in XP value once we got here, so... Oh. These little midgets hurt. They hurt. As long as we don't get 3 of them, we should be fine. Get 3 of them and they all attack Ryu, then sorry, buddy. Oh, nothing. Okay. If I try to go through some of these arches, there are pit traps that'll send you down to the basement of that area. I could use them to get out faster, but I'm kind of wanting to get the extra XP from the fights, so we're not too concerned about it. That one south of that treasure room would be a pit trap. And then there's another one over here, right there. This is also a pit trap. See? Drops you into the room with all the treasure. Oh no. It's kind of a weird trap. Get wrecked. So I guess I need to see. We're at 5326 XP. I want to see if you divide it or if it's everybody gets it. 5326 for Ryu. Let's see what the next fight does for us. $53.26. Yeah, 53.80. So it's divvied up. It's not everybody gets 180. It's 60 per person. So take a teardrop. Yo, us. Oh. A stool. A toad. So that's 20 XP per person. Leveling is actually a bit of a B in this game. It's just, unlike Breath of Fire 2, you don't need high levels to beat the game. So the fact that it takes so much to get levels is less upsetting. Like, I mean, the most XP you can get from a normal fight is 9,999 XP from a semi-secret enemy. It's kind of a rare spawn that only pops up in one place. And when you do the math, you're only getting like, I don't know, 1,200 XP per person for that. So even then, you're going to get to the point where you're like level 35 and you're like, all right, I only need to kill another 30 of these. Another 30 of the rarest monster in the game to gain a level. So... I feel like I actually figured out that based on the fact that that area, you get like 90% of the fights are the basic slimes, and then 10% of the fights are the giant slimes that are worth 10,000 XP. You're actually better off fighting 10 battles in another area of the game for like 2,000 XP per fight than you are fighting 10 battles there, hoping for that one really good one. So, a blurb. These guys are actually worth decent XP for how squishy they are. It's like 60. Yeah. 60 XP per blurb. So now we're going to go over here. We're going to get the key to get into the cave to get the ring, which is going to be our first accessory. I think we do that first. Not sure. Maybe I've wasted a trip. Maybe we need to go to Romero first, but we'll find out. Kantar, we are the Forest Clan. Weapon shop. No. No, we're not going to buy a bow for bow because we're going to have something much better coming along soon. This isn't really worth the upgrade. It says Bo can use the bronze shield, but he can't equip it because of the armor he's got on. The suede armor would actually be an upgrade for both of them. And I think the visor it's a minor upgrade. The suede armor is actually not terrible. 6 points is not a terrible upgrade, so we'll... Yeah. And then we're going to sell this cursed shit. Look, they even warn you, 666 gold pieces. It's literally worth beast points. Let's see. Longsword. That longsword served us well, but we no longer need it, so we're going to sell it for 1250. Suede shield, we don't need you. Why are you even here? There we go. We'll go ahead and rest for the night, and we'll talk to the chief. I'm gonna have to do all sorts of clips after this just to show off all the secrets in the game, like I do with Rings of Power, right? I'm gonna have to go through and clip out all these little secrets. The Dark Dragons will give the water back to us for our treasure. We don't want to give in, but the neighboring village is suffering too. So maybe I do need to go do the other thing first. The ring is our treasure. It gives us strength. The ring. Is that Terry? I think that's Terry. They are very clever to hide in the Forest of Despair. Oh, wisdom potion. I don't know what it does, but Ryu's gonna drink it. I'm wise as shit now, y'all. There we go. I honestly think that they did a good job on the little designs, like the little interiors and things. There's just enough movement and just enough like flavor to make the game really feel alive without it being super crazy, you know? So yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to get the robot first. I can never remember if you do the ring or the robot first. We're gonna go talk to the chief. The other chief. Yeah, we gotta talk to the other chief, but I think he's gonna send us to Romero. But that's okay. It's like one extra fight, so. Stone robot can move the rock. Look for the robot secret in Agua. Alright. So they're saying, oh, well, the dragons are saying if we give them our ring, they'll unblock the stone and let the water flow again into the villages. So they're basically withholding water from these two villages to get them to sacrifice their treasure. But if we can get the robot, the stone soldier, then the stone soldier can break the dam and return water to the village. So now we got to go to Agua, which we've already been close to there. This is what I was talking about with the backtracking, right? So Romero to Agua. Well, I wasn't sure, so I was either right or wrong, right? Do 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 do. Correct. And we are back in Romero. Wizard's potion has tainted the soil. Now zombies run free. Something called the cleansing water that might save the soil. You know about Agua? Chief said something about the goddess. A couple sold items like the water jar. It will hold vast amounts of water. Spring in the Southwest Cave will make you feel better. Very tired. Okay. Old woman goes out at night with all of these zombies around. Okay, so I think that's all the hints we need. Sometimes there's like hidden switches in this that you have to talk to certain people or you won't advance the story, and they don't always, it's not always the most obvious thing in the world. So that should do it. So now we've got to wait till it gets dark. We actually passed through here before when it was dark, and we saw the zombies. But just stand here and wait. Thank God that the time goes normally even when you're not walking. Otherwise, this would be torturous. It's subtle, but they do have day-night cycles. Final Fantasy didn't have day-night cycles. I don't think any Final Fantasies had day-night cycles until like well into the series. Like double digits. This is the hour of the zombies. You want the water jar to clean the soil? My zombie husband will go away. So see, now the zombies are all starting to go crazy because the wizard's not around to control them anymore. I must leave now. The cleansing water will restore the village. I'll miss you, but if you insist. Cleansing water is in the cave to the west. So before they were all like, oh, I'm very tired. I haven't eaten since I woke up, and now they're like roaring and acting like monsters, so. Time's up, y'all. Water jar and an herb. So now we need to go to a cave to the southwest. And it's actually not too far from Camlon, or the first town we went to. So, but we couldn't get to it before because it was sealed off by trees. It was on a little island. We actually walked right past it on our way to Nanai, and you guys didn't even see it. I think I'll use a marble just so I can avoid these time-consuming fights. Yeah. There's Karma. Karma the tower. And right over here. See, we've been here before. We were here like an hour ago. We just couldn't get through because Bo wasn't in our party. But now we've got Bo in the party. And this is actually kind of a dangerous little cave. So I think I am going to probably keep a stern eye on my HP and items. I may end up having to come through here twice because the water jar actually doubles as like a free moondrop. So generally, once I've used the water jar to cure the village, I usually come back and get another helping of water just to have on me. So let's see. Yeah, that'll be enough. I never played Lufia, so I couldn't say. Yeah, these enemies are buttholes. The whole ass. Oh! Moondrop? That is a rare drop, y'all. Wow. Okay, never mind. We'll just keep fighting monsters in here. I knew that they dropped it, but I didn't really like think about the fact that they could drop that. This is just better in every way. I never played Lufia. Was it Lufia and the Fortress of Doom? Was that the one? This is the fight I really didn't want to get in. These guys suck. They just have way too much HP. And they can do magic as well. Ah, okay. See, I've heard the name. I've just never played it before. HP up 8. See, they give Bo all this crazy HP gain, 7, 8, 12 HP per level, because they're expecting you to be a dumbass and wear the wolf hat. So it's going to make up for it. But really, he's just amazing. And that's just life. He also has the highest attack, other than I think when the Ryu gets the Empire Sword, which you literally can only use for one fight. He actually has the highest attack power in the game. If you put his best weapon on him versus Ryu, his attack power is like in the 400s. Bo's is. I think I might actually just use Bo and not Karn's transformations. Because I know I was laying down like 999 damage with Bo by the end of the game when he got crits. So I might need to add that. I might need to add Lufia to my want to play list on rank 1. I haven't had a chance to create a thing for rank 1 yet, but I really am like hooked on this site now. I'm not trying to be like a shill for him or anything, but this thing right here, this is an awesome little site that tracks like games you want to play, games you have played. It lets you review games. It lets you see what other people have reviewed. I actually found a couple of cool streamers just by going on and like looking for people that had done reviews for games that I have played or that I like. And I like basically track down some cool streamers that way. And it lets you upload all of your clips and screenshots and things. So it like basically when you've played a game, you can rank it, you can review it, and then you can like have a curated list of all the little moments and stuff you want for the game. It's cool. It's not for everybody. I know some people are like, oh god, another social media thing to monitor, but I really like lists. So that I spent a good amount of time fooling around on that thing when I found it. And it's still in development. I'm actually in the Discord, and I'm kind of keeping an eye on what they're planning to do in the future with it, because I think it could potentially be like a really nice resource for streamers in the future. They are like actual JRPGs though, right, JD? Like, I'm not crazy. Or, well, I'm not wrong. I won't say I'm not crazy, I'll say I'm not wrong. Die, you bastards, die! I do love me some SNES RPG goodness. Okay. Alright. The other one leads to some more treasure. I think there's the shell hat, maybe? Bronze hat. And an apple. The bronze hat's a nice upgrade for Bo, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Magic goes down 1. Action goes down 1. Slight upgrade there. But then we can put the nice hat on Nina. Can he wear it? Oh, it literally does. It's not as good. Okay. There we go. Although, honestly, hang on. If I big brain this, I want Bo to be faster than Nina. because Bo doesn't get to. Oh, never mind. He can't. She can't use the bronze hat. I was gonna say because Bo doesn't automatically go first when he casts attack magic. But whatever. Lufia 1, Lufia 2, Lufia the Legend Returns, and Lufia the Ruins of Lore. Okay. Water jar fills with water. You receive the cleansing water. Bo hurries to Romero. Bo sprinkles the water. The cleansing water purified the soil. He moved the table to have this meeting with me. Thank you, warrior. Use this tablet to enter Agua. 900 gold. He's like, wait, I didn't say you could take that shit. Our village's money. We got the tablet. That's another key item that's going to be sitting in our inventory for half the game, not doing a damn thing. And this white antler I could probably store. I'd like to give you something. It's the water jar. Thanks, old lady, for giving me that thing I already took from you. Okay. Yeah, they don't tell you that the water jar is like a refillable all heal item, but we're definitely gonna refill that bad boy before we go to the next area. I'm gonna store some stuff. I never use the map. There's no reason. No reason to have it. The life 2s will store. The magic drops. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep the life 2s because I want to have a stack. I want to have a stack set up in the inventory so that when I'm finding them, I'm not having to like drop them or whatever. So we will do that. Because you can see the inventory is always already getting to the point where like we can see the bottom and there's items at the top. Like, this is getting a little sketchy. We'll sell that just to get rid of that stack. Boom. Boom. We're going to get more apples, so there's no sense in dropping those. They don't even sell marble 3s, but they do sell acorns. So we'll take that. And one more. Okay. The water jar goes down here. And herb. Acorn. There we go. Cool. Now let's go save our game. Rise of the Sinistrals. I have heard that. I've definitely heard of Lufia Rise of the Sinistrals. These are all games I've heard of and never played. Is it one of those series, JD, where like the early games, when you play the early games now, you look at them and you're like, oh wow, why did people play this? Or is it like a pretty solid offering from start to finish? Like if I was to play the first one in the series now, do you think I would I mean, and I know you can't possibly know for sure because I didn't like Chrono Trigger or Mario RPG, right? But because I'd never played them before. But like, do you get the sense that I would probably be like, oh, this is booty, or would I enjoy it? Like, is it like a solid JRPG experience nowadays? Because if I'm gonna play them, if they're all like in the same mythology, I'd like to start at the beginning. And if you don't know, that's fine. I know you can't account for my bad taste in video games, right? Bless me. We're gonna fight some more fights while we're going through here. We're gonna have to come here at least one more time. If we use the water jar, we'll come here again, but for now, we know we're coming back at least once towards the end of the game. Because those stairs lead to a secret. A secret. Blast! Funny thing about magic in this game is that I don't think any enemies are ever strong against elements in this game. There are some that are weak against elements, but the spells normally just do set damage. So, like, they'll either do... So, like, Fry will either do 80 damage, or if it's one of the rare enemies that's weak against lightning, they'll take 120. Like, there are some enemies that take 50% more from certain things. But it's actually just always... That's why you're seeing, like, Blast is just doing 20 damage every round. Because I think Blast is, like, non-typed damage. It's actually best to just generally, other than a couple of exceptions with blue, it's best to just use the most powerful, most expensive spell at any given time. I got you. I don't mind it being grindy as long as it's not Breath of Fire 2 level grindy. And just remember, I play Breath of Fire 2 for fun, so... Streaming Breath of Fire 2, if you want to keep your audience engaged, is a lot like that meme of like the iceberg, where you only see 20% of the iceberg and then the other 80% is underwater. In Breath of Fire 2, the other 80% of that iceberg is grinding off stream. Like, I would do a 4-hour stream and then I would grind for 4 hours off stream. People are going to say, well, that's 50%, to which I say, shut up. But that's cool. I'll add that to the long-ass list of JRPGs that I want to play. I'm actually going to get into Game Boy games as well this year. I've actually been looking at some old Game Boy and Game Boy Color games and some RPGs that I had as a kid that I'm like, oh, wow, I never did beat that. And I'm going to go back. It's going to be a good year for streaming. I think. We're going to play a lot of fun stuff. But I don't know what my schedule is going to look like next semester because I do have to take 2 classes instead of 1 if I want to be considered a full-time student. But if I can swing it, I want to at least be working through like 2 RPGs. Like last year, I basically stopped playing JRPGs because I was burnt out. Right now, I'm like, oh my god, I want to play two JRPGs at a time. I'm thinking I'm gonna probably be working on like one older JRPG and then like something newer at the same time, and then have like a day a week for fun, like random stuff. So I'm definitely in the market for more RPGs. I think the problem was I was trying too hard to like rush through them because I was just like, oh, I want to beat this so I can beat the next thing, so I can beat the next thing, so I can beat the next thing. And that really messed me up with the Final Fantasy games because I got to the point where I was like, I just got tired of playing Final Fantasy VI because I was just trying to beat it really fast so I could go play Final Fantasy VIII and then 9 and then so on and so forth. Like, I was too worried about keeping a schedule, you know? Lufia, the legend returns. So, one day I'm going to be shifting around in this chair and you're going to hear it just actually break and I'm going to fall out in the floor during a stream. And it'll be probably the most watched clip on my channel other than scheduling. I have a clip on my channel called Scheduling that's got like 60 views somehow. And it's just me yammering while I play Fallout 4. For the Game Boy, I'm planning to play Dragon Warrior 3, which is going to be awesome. Yeah, I've watched some of y'all play some Dragon Quest / Dragon Warrior games, and I've never actually beaten a Dragon Warrior. The only Dragon Warrior game I've ever played is Dragon Warrior 3 for the Game Boy Color, and I never beat it. I got very close to the end, but I never beat it. So I'm going to play that one. I'm going to play Revelations: The Demon Slayer, which is actually an Atlas RPG that has it kind of laid the groundwork for a lot of what the Shin Megami Tensei games turned into in later years, where you play as a human hero, and over time you gain additional human heroes, but you also can like engage in dialogue with monsters during random encounters and convince them to join your party if you like give them the right dialogue choices. But they can't level up. Like, you can combine them with other monsters to get better monsters, but monsters don't gain XP, so you have to constantly be looking for new ones. And I want to play Ninja Boy 2, which I did not understand that game as a child. Like, I was thinking through, I was like, what games did I used to play as a kid on the Game Boy? And I remembered Ninja Boy 2, and I got it for Christmas one year, and it made no sense to me. Like, my child brain could not understand what that game was, and I went back and I looked at it. Not like got spoilers or whatever, but like kind of like looked like, what is this game? And I think I could actually enjoy playing it now. Like, it seems like now that I know what the game is and like understand what it's all about, I could have fun. But it was not a game that I, as a 7-year-old, was able to really engage with, you know? Hey, Chainsaw Bear! We're talking about all the fun JRPGs I'm going to play in the coming year while playing Breath of Fire, which is the first JRPG that I ever played, and also the first Super Nintendo game I ever owned. Because I was that one kid that didn't get the Super Mario World bundle. I got just a straight Super Nintendo with a game, and I picked the one with the cool warrior on the front instead of Mario. And I was forever altered as a result. Anyway, we're going to Agua. Agua is this flying town over here. If you played Breath of Fire 2, looks familiar. And we got another awesome secret coming up here as well. Probably one of the coolest secrets in this game, and I found this one totally by accident as a kid. I'll even show y'all how I did it. You need to get a SNES emulator? Yeah, maybe. I don't really, other than for this, I don't really need one because I've got the Super Nintendo Mini back here, and most of the Super Nintendo games that I want to stream are on it. But there's a few kind of off-the-wall ones that I might have to track down a file for. So you can see there's some crumbling walls that we can break later. There's some locked doors we can pick later. You can actually come back 2 different times with new party members and get new stuff. You don't really need to come back when you get the ability to break the walls, but you definitely should come back as soon as you get the 4th party member Karn, because you can get the best armor in the game for Ryu and the 2nd best dagger in the game for your thief from here. And you don't even have to like do any high level fights or anything. It's just, you just basically walk up the tower, get it, and then leave. That's true. I don't think Luffy is on there. As far as I know. Chainsaw Bear, hey, how are you doing, Chainsaw Bear? I definitely am going to end up having to invest in a chair in 2023. It's going to make me sad. I've had this chair for longer than I've known Calrea. My chair is older than my cat. But I can feel it destroying my back. Okay. That's nothing. I've only beaten the game 10 times, right? Hanging out with Guy on the couch. Guy on the couch, capital G, capital C. Are y'all going to be streaming later? Or are y'all just chilling? Hey, thank you so much. Wow. Wow. 5 months. Thank you so much, Chainsaw Bear. I appreciate that. Burr, burr, burr. You completed the quest. The sun hat. Hell yeah. That's an upgrade for Ryu. Oh, makes him slow as shit though. But I don't know if it's actually good or not. Well, you know what? I really appreciate you just being here. So that's just the icing on the cake. You have this one. Have you played this one before? Have you streamed it? This is amazing. I love this game, really and truly. Like I said, first SNES game I ever owned. I've got the plushies. Actually, I can do a show and tell. Hang on. I've got the plushies right back here. That's Ryu and Nina from Breath of Fire 1. I got them from the Capcom store. I love them. This is not a super long JRPG though, Chainsaw Bear. You can beat this game in like 20 to 25 hours without really doing a lot of grinding or anything. Like I'm only been playing it 3 hours and I'm well into it. So, but yep, I've got Ryu and Nina back there. I've also got some advertisements floating around for the Breath of Fires, and I've even still got all right. You gonna really make me move? Really? Really? I've even got my Prima's Secrets of the Game player's guide from when I was like a small child, complete with the little color inserts that had like the cool art and all the monster stats and shit. Right? This is a good game, Kale. This is an awesome game. I highly recommend this RPG to everyone because even though it seems like a very simple game, it's actually got a lot of depth to the weapons and item system, the way the combat works. There's more to it than meets the eye initially. They didn't do a great job of explaining everything in this game. I guess you would blame like the localization, maybe? I don't know what you would blame, but the names are misleading for items. There's items that are cursed. They don't work the way they're supposed to. We've already talked about the wolf hat. The wolf hat is the reason that 95% of people think that Bo is like the worst party member is because they all get the wolf hat and put it on him immediately. And he starts taking 50% more damage per hit because it's cursed. Yeah. Yeah, we were just tanking Ryu's speed right before this boss fight. The phenomenal lad, back when the phenomenal sir was just a phenomenal child. I need to track down some phenomenal sir pictures for when I was like 8 or 10 years old, and then I can like put that up when I'm playing the games from like the 90s, right? Like I can have the 90s phenomenal and then like the 2000s phenomenal. That's what I need. I know my mom still has like a shitload of pictures of me. She was sending me pictures of me from like when I was like 8 years old, dressing up for Halloween, and I was really considering changing my profile picture for Hallowstream. Just for the month of October, I thought about changing my profile picture to me as an 8-year-old dressed up like a devil. But I was like, I don't want to go through all the trouble of it. People are gonna be like, who the fuck is this kid? Where's the baby? We want the baby. Oh, lordy. Thief clothes. Well, shit. All of this goes on. Look at the jump. Boom, baby. Suddenly, I am tanky as shit. Yeah, my defense just jumped up by like a good 30 points right there, just in that room, just going around picking up all the items. And then I got an acorn because of reasons. The left side of my nose is stuffed and the right side is not. Help me. Let's go. We want the baby. Let's go. So here's the hairband that we could have bought back in Nanai 2.5 hours ago in the game. For that extremely small upgrade. You know what? Just for that, I want to look and see if the nice hat has the nice hat has a special property. Let's see. Nice hat. What a shitty list. Here we go. This is the good one. Nice hat. Nope. It's just a very minor upgrade. Okay. It's nice, not great. I have not seen the Meat Canyon video. It sounds horrifying, just based on the name. Fuck him up. Bracelet. See, I feel like he should be able to wear the bracelet, even with the bow equipped. So they're giving us all sorts of great minor incremental increases for the others. Is the wrist. Very, very fine-tuned, right? Like, they're very, very tiny little changes to the stats. 2 up here, 1 down there. Okay. Sounds good. I will watch it. I ain't scared. That's better. All right, guys. Big secret coming. Big, huge, colossal secret. Eventually. That's not the secret. So much HP. Very wow. So great to not be taking 50% more damage. So this is the secret, and this is exactly how I found it. I looked away, and when I looked back, I was gone. If you press A while you're standing here, you get a steel bow. Boom, baby. Look at that. 21 points. Hell yeah. Normally, you don't get a steel bow until you get to Prima, which is like 5 hours from now. 4 hours from now, something like that. This is a huge boost. Like, we will not, I don't think we're gonna buy a better bow until the last, like, I think there might be one bow that we might buy much later in the game, but I'm pretty sure we never actually have to buy a weapon for bow because we always just find upgrades. So, but that's massive. That's like, I mean, that's literally a 33% increase to his attack power, right? For free. Wow. Ryu reaches level 13. That's awesome, because we're about to go into a boss fight. Right in the Discord. I will check it out as soon as I finish my stream tonight. I was thinking I might face off against the gremlin, and that's where we would stop, but we'll have to see. I don't want to feel rushed. But once you get past that first little bit, there's not a lot of reason to grind in this game, you know? It's basically just a rush to get that first dragon. Set of dragon transformations. I'm the boss that guards the key. You want to test your strength? Petrify! Oh yeah, we're going to be using the key. And then Bo comes in doing 8 times the damage. You're gonna... With Bo in your party, you'll see 8 times the damage. How is this possible? It just works. And attack up. And... Oh, wait. I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? Fort. And... Sorry, but until you learn how to do dragon transformations, Ryu, your main job is just shoving acorns down Bo's throat hole so he can keep casting Fry over and over. Sorry, buddy. And again, this is where those bars can be misleading, right? Because he did roughly 12 damage to everybody, and everybody's bar is at around the same place. But Bo's got 81 HP, Ryu's got 78 HP, and Nina's got 41. So like they make you think like, oh, everybody's doing okay, when in actuality everybody's not doing okay because Nina's like 2 hits away from death. So you gotta, don't watch the bars, watch the numbers. Always watch the numbers, y'all. Always watch the numbers. Boom. Now, thankfully, the Wisp does not have a second wind because he's just testing us. He's not really trying. So... I do think it's interesting that you talk about, you're like, oh my god, it's so amazing to get this weapon for Bo, and then really you're just using him as an attack mage anyway. So it ends up, it's a huge upgrade in terms of the physical damage, but it's also not a big deal because he's not doing physical attacks in most boss fights. But whatever. I think that'll do it. Nope, not quite. Bastard. Just had to get that last hit in, didn't you? Asshole. There we go. Alrighty. Well done, Ryu. You deserve the key. Search this pillar. What if I just walked away? And there we go. And that's actually our second goddess key after the earth key. Go us. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what organization I want to do here. Hang on. Okay. Alrighty. So now we're going to head back to the village of Tantar and Tuntar. Trip back's going to be super quick. We're going to stop at an inn in Ramera, and then we're going to go grab the stone robot. We're going to break open the rock and then free the water. And along the way, we'll actually get a lot more treasure, so we do need to sell some of this stuff we've picked up. None of it is particularly rare or useful, so we don't have to worry about saving any of it. I may end up going a little over 4 hours if I need to. I think that's going to be my goal tonight. We want to beat the gremlin tonight. I think that's a good natural point to stop. Yeah. So we'll probably got another hour or so ahead of us. The game really does feel longer than it really is, because you do so much travel back and forth and all around, but there's really, most of the dungeons are not super heavy on random encounters. Like, if you really break it down, like, we were getting steady encounters throughout that dungeon, but we maybe fought 12 battles that whole time, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. It's probably like 40, and I just wasn't keeping count. But it just doesn't. It's like you get like you're like, oh my god, we're really, this is taking forever. And then you look at how far into it you are when you've actually beaten the game before, and you're like, holy shit, this game moves along at a healthy pace. Like, it's a long game. It's got a lot that they want you to do, but they don't waste your time with a lot of busy work. Like, which is another nice thing, is there's not a lot of filler in this game. Like, a lot of JRPGs have filler. This game does not have filler. This game has like 20 hours of like solid adventuring, There's not a lot of like, go talk to this guy, now talk to her, now talk to him again, now talk to her, but face left. Like, like they basically had a story they wanted to tell. The story was decently long. They told it, and they were like, the game is as long as it is. Deal with it. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy III is over. Final Fantasy III in the US, 6 in Japan is like, if you do 100% of everything in this game, it'll take 80 hours. And like that's some accomplishment, which it is. And Final Fantasy VI is one of the best RPGs ever made. However, too many people look at the length of it as like proof that it's good, when really it's just proof that they put a lot of bullshit in there. Good, clean RPG experience. Breath of Fire 1. If I was to ever go insane and try to do a 24-hour stream, this would probably be the game I would do a 24-hour stream of. I'd probably say, you know what, we're just going to do a non-stop run of Breath of Fire, and that's not going to happen. just so y'all know, that's going to be like some shit when I hit like 2,000 followers. Something insane. Like, it's like almost to the point where I'm ready to just quit my job. Like, we are not going to be doing a 24-hour stream anytime soon. The 12-hour one actually ruined me for all of last week. Like, even though I felt fine and I got some good sleep the next couple of nights after that, like, it really fucked me up. Like, just not like, oh, I'm so miserable, I can't move, I can't, you know, but it was just like my general energy level was down for the entire week because of that stream. Even with me sleeping like, you know, 8 hours a night the next 3 nights, which I normally don't sleep that much. Normally I sleep like maybe 6 hours a night, and I probably wake up 3 or 4 times during that time period. I was sleeping good, but I was not making up any lost ground. Hey, come here. Come here, thick boy. Run into my arrow. Oh, so now you're going to do it. Nope, nope, you're going to make me look like a damn fool. I will kill you. Got him. Meat. I got meat. Walk into my arrows, you thought. Come here. This little bastard boar. Yes! We got him. Through sheer force of will. Can we get to the robot from up here? I can't remember. I think we can. We can. There we go. We'll do one more marble. Fights here aren't really worth it. So we got a couple of meats. That's going to be useful for later. So the meat heals, I think, roughly 70 hit points per person. Roughly, I think. There's the stone soldier. We're walking our way up his leg. There we go. Now we're in the torso. There's treasure in the belly button. There we go. Another bronze hat. Don't think that's an upgrade at this point. No. Okay. Treasure in the belly button. We got him. Damn roast. That's right. I control the stone robot. Give me that key. Listen here, sir. I've already spanked you once. I want to see how much damage I'm going to do to these Lancers. I might do more than 30 with them, because they have really bad physical defense. Yeah, okay. General still ain't shit. I'm going to hold off. Boom. 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 Okay. Here we go. You wanna end his health bar after both of the Lancers are dead in your round, because once he does the ARG, it ends the combat round. So if you were to actually if you were to drop him to nothing on the Rang, I think it makes that Lancer stay alive for the next round. I think. And I want to be able to really focus fire on this guy at this point. I mean, he's not going to live 2 rounds anyway, but you know, I don't want him to have delusions of grandeur. I don't want him to think he can beat us, right? There we go. We're pretty close to getting Warp as a spell, I think. I think it's like either 13 or 15, something like that. Anyway, we just plugged the king key into the thing. That weird panel. Now everything is turned on. There's blood flowing through the stone robot's veins for reasons unknown. This is the last time I think that Ryu will ever have more hit points than Bo. Bo's level 12 and he's got 93. Ryu's level 13 and has 96. I'm pretty sure that after this, Bo is just going to consistently be ahead. Let's get some treasure. Marble 1, that's a guaranteed critical hit. A lot of people don't realize what the marbles do. Marble 2, I'm not really sure I understand how Marble 2 works. I'll be the first to admit it. It's one of those items that I'm not 100% convinced that it works correctly. But Marble 1 definitely works. And the way Marble 1 works is you use it, and then you get a guaranteed crit. End of story. Very useful for boss fights, as long as you can afford them. The best price you're going to get on them is 1,000 each, 1,000 gold each. So a stack is 9,000. But having like 30 or 40 marble 1s in your inventory makes almost every boss fight a breeze. There are a couple where it doesn't really help that much because the boss has like weird stuff with physical damage that it like doesn't affect them as much. But for the vast majority of fights, like once you start being able to buy marble 1s, boss fights become much less stressful. But for now, we've got 1. The key works. Sam-a-lama ding 141 YT. Thank you so much for the raid, everybody. Hello, hello. Sam-a-lama ding. Thank you so much. Cuphead, you are a stronger person than I am. Hello, everybody. I am the Phenomenal Sir. I am a lover of JRPGs, retro games from the SNES and Sega era more than NES and earlier, but still, I'm a connoisseur of the Nintendo era as well. And I also play a little bit of everything else based on my mood. Today we're playing Breath of Fire, a Super Nintendo RPG made by Capcom in 1993. And the first Super Nintendo game I ever owned. So, get comfy. Let me know how your stream was, Sam. We're in the middle of a cinematic, as it were. And feel free to hang out for a while, y'all. We got a little bit of time left in the stream tonight. AWAKENS, Sam Raid. You did? Oh, it was a follow goal. Well, you're still stronger than I am. It is going great, Sam. If you couldn't tell from my little intro just now, I love this game. This is one of my favorite games of all time. The only reason it's not in my top 5 is because the third one in the series is better. But I really and truly do love this game, and it's been like 6 or 7 months since I've played it, so I'm super happy to be back playing it again. This is like comfort food game for me, you know. When we destroy the rock, we'll restore the river. Robot, use your power to destroy the rock. Ava XP. Okay, that makes more sense than what I said, I guess, right? I think that it's just a matter of time before those old streams drop off for you, Sam. I think that if you keep doing what you're doing, and what you're doing is great, you keep doing what you're doing, and within the next 2 weeks you will 100% be affiliate, because every time I come in your stream you've got like 5 or 7 people, and I think that it's just those older streams that are holding you back, and as they drop off, I think you could probably, without knowing exactly what your viewership is on every stream, I'm willing to bet that if you just didn't stream for a week, you'd be an affiliate. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but I'm saying I think you're there, and you're just waiting for Twitch to catch up with you. Ryu, we did it! Yes, now we can return to the village. I fucked up my battle order. Hang on. Oh yeah. You'll do it. I believe in the power of Sam. But for now, we need to believe in the power of the stone robot. So we have 2 of the 6 goddess keys, 3 party members, and we have successfully restored the flow of water to the village. I think we need to get the key from the village chief before we go in that cave, though. If you play JRPGs, or if you ever intend to stream RPGs, Sam, I strongly recommend Breath of Fire, because it is an accessible game that only takes around 20 to 25 hours to beat. It does not require a lot of grinding, and I love it. The reason, fun fact of the day, because this is an educational stream, the reason that Jank Bros exists is because me, Yelleth, and Danaz are all separately huge fans of the Breath of Fire series, and prior to starting the Jank Bros, we actually were all members of another... Damn. Thank you. My phone is blowing up. It's buzzing all over the place. We were all separately members of a group called the Garage Kids United, which was a streamer group that Drew Mink was also in. And it was like almost like an unofficial Breath of Fire fan club. So we all found ourselves in there, and when that group fell apart, we all just like stuck together, and basically that was how we made the Jank Bros, was because we bonded over our shared love of the Breath of Fire series. And a lot of the members in the group, like the early members in the group, are people that we rated because they were playing Breath of Fire, and then we were like, oh, you're awesome, come join our Discord. So like Quex, Drew, there's quite a few that joined because they were streaming Breath of Fire while we were streaming something, and we rated them, and then we're like, oh, we love you, come join us. You gotta go to bed early today. Well, hey, you know what? Thank you so much for jumping in. Thank you so much for the follow. I am going to be streaming like nonstop this week because it's a holiday week for me. I'm off tomorrow and I'm off Friday. So I hope to see you again soon, Ava. Other than that, have good sleeps and just stay awesome. You know what? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and sometimes Saturdays, that's the schedule that I'm limited to by my girlfriend. So we have that in common, Sam. I too am limited to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and sometimes Saturdays. When I started out streaming, I was streaming like, I think 1 week I streamed 30 hours in 1 week. I was a little crazy. And she was like, you gotta stop. And so like whenever I change my schedule, which I do change my schedule up like every 4 to 6 months, I'll mix it up a little bit and like change my days around or whatever. I have to like clear my schedule with her. Like it's like a custody agreement between my computer and her, you know, and I'm just the kid getting passed back and forth. Yeah. I don't know if it's the best, but I like it the best. But that was how we got started. Really and truly. That was like really like Quex especially. I was playing Breath of Fire. I was streaming this game. I think it was this one. Might have been Breath of Fire 2. And I went to raid somebody, and she was the only person on Twitch playing a Breath of Fire game at the time. So that was why I raided her. And she's like one of the nicest people in the world. I'm so lucky that we have her in the group. Like, I'm lucky to have met her. So, yeah. Sometimes it's the little things that make a big difference. Hell yeah, Sam. Hell yeah. That cave was pointless, because this is the real cave. Alrighty. So we're here for reasons. No, for real, we're here to get the magic ring that is it's like the secret treasure of the Forest Clan. It's supposed to make you stronger. Literally, it increases your attack power by like 10 or 20 points. And they're going to give it to us as a reward for restoring the water to the village. The Dark Dragons, who are the bad guys, capital B, capital G, had blocked up the river in an attempt to force the villagers to give them the ring. The Dark Dragons are making a play for world domination, and it's up to our plucky group of adventurers to stop them. So, Avalon, you know, and the sad thing is, I see Avalon on all the time, and I know a lot of people have met Avalon, and that's how they found it. I don't think I've ever been in a stream of Avalon's. She's never streaming when I'm available to watch. That's Minato Angel, right? Avalon 11. I think that if that's who I'm thinking of. I know I haven't seen Avalon, and I know I haven't seen Minato Angel. I'm just not sure if they're the same person. Yeah. You take a life, but do you know what you give? Odds are you won't like what it is. Yeah, okay. That's Chris Cornell's song. Is the opening scrawl theme song to Casino Royale. Odds are you won't like what it is when the storm... And I have to actually tell people that because, like, God help me, it's been like 15 years. Yeah. There's so many people, like, it honestly shocks me. I think we're very close to 200 members, and it's weird because I'm like, I feel like the last time I checked, I was like, guys, we just hit 110 or something like that, and now it's just like, it's blowing up, and I just can't keep up with everybody. There's a lot of people that join, and then they never say, hey, I'm going live, or they never stream, you know, they just join because they like the streamers, and that's fine, but I really try to be present in everybody's stream. I used to joke that I'm like John Hammond in the Jurassic Park movie, right? Like, I try to get a first badge for everybody when they hit affiliate. I want to be there when every little baby dinosaur, every little baby streamer hatches out of their shell. I want to be there to greet them. But it's just not possible for me anymore because there's so many new people. Pretty sure I don't need to go this way, but we'll see. This particular dungeon's layout eludes me. There are some dungeons in this game. There's one specific dungeon in this game that sucks. But most of the dungeons in this game are meant to be an excuse to explore, find treasure, and fight enemies, and not an excuse to get lost and become upset. So, for the most part, you can kind of just wander aimlessly, and you'll eventually find where you need to be without too much stress. Nah. 13 more streams? No. I'm telling you, it's counting all of your other streams. Like, if you look at your last 30 days of streaming, I guarantee you've got some old ones on there that were like 1 or 2 viewers. And as soon as those drop off, you're going to watch your average jump up. Oh, I did go the wrong way. Ha! Don't listen to me, guys. I've had two sojus tonight. I don't know what I'm talking about. It shouldn't take 13 streams. Because if you look at... You gotta go? Okay, well, have a good evening, Sam. I hope that you have a great night. and I will continue to root for you to reach your goals soon. Thank you again for the raid. Y'all, if you can't tell, Sam is on the quest for affiliate. Give Sam a follow. Sam is a very high energy, very cheerful, outgoing streamer. I have personally seen them play Mario Kart. I think that's the only thing I've seen them play, but they play different things, right? They played Cuphead tonight. So give them a look. See what they play. If you can come back, then I will consider myself lucky, but if not, I still love you, Sam. Platonically. Not in a creepy uncle kind of way. Should have rated Joey to be funny. Why would you say this? Why would you tell Sam 20 minutes after the fact that they should not have rated me? That breaks my heart, Zeldavania. Should always rate the phenomenal sir. I need the views. Or are you saying like when Sam was leaving, they should have like left and then rated with one viewer to be funny? Oh, okay. I got you. I have done that a couple of times before where I'll literally like go in, like I'm not even streaming, and I'll go into my dashboard and then do like /raid and then raid somebody just to be a goober. So I do support that. The general trolliness I support. I thought you were trying to say like, why did you raid this filthy casual when you could have raided Nintendo Joey instead? It's like, oh god, a dagger through the heart. Why? Joey sucks too. So you're saying I suck. Alright. Alright. Well, guess what? I just got 2,000 gold. Do you have 2,000 gold? Didn't think so. Boom, baby. Count it. Instead of whistling, you should do the cricket sound. Right? I haven't done that in a long time. It took me a second to remember how to do it. Treasure. Herb. I feel like somewhere in this cave there's like armor for Nina. Sky armor. Right? I want the sky armor. I think it's here. Get wrecked, zombie. Alright, so there's a treasure. Give me that sky armor. Aw. And a corn. Damn it. Damn it all to heck. The Phenomenal Merch Store is open. It says stock is limited now, but it's really not. There's like 50 things on there. Stickers, shirts, shorts, jackets, hats. All kinds of fun stuff. Sky Shield. And that's just a flat upgrade. Faster and better defense. The ring. There it do. Do-do-do-do. There we go. And you're dead. Alrighty. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Take the ring. You know what? Just because, I'm going to give it to Bo this time because it's his people's magic treasure, right? Oh, he can't equip this item. Never mind. That actually makes me sad. Alright, plus 10 attack for Ryu. Damn it all. Teleport back out. Thank you. I really was going to put that on Bo this time, and I never realized it was a hero-only item. I guess it only works for Dragon Clansmen, because otherwise the Dark Dragons would have no use for it, right? So we still don't have Warp, and I feel like I usually grind for Warp on Nina by now, but I'm not going to grind. We've already done a little bit of grinding earlier with the hero, so we'll get it when we get it. Seems like there's no random encounters in the first part of this cave system, which is nice. A short, yeah. It is, and that was why I was like, why is it sometimes they give you shortcuts and sometimes they make you walk your ass all the way back? You know, like at the start of the game when you beat the first boss fight and then you have to backtrack through the entire dungeon. Why do you do that? Why don't you just like have some soldiers show up and break those rocks that lead straight out? Why you do this? Oh. Oh, never mind. That ain't gonna happen. I was like, maybe I could get lucky. No. No luck for you. Yeah. Oh, another bird to taunt me. Sure. We're ready for the ceremony. Pourquoi? It's good to know that we have a neighbor who is trustworthy. Congratulations, Terry. Congratulations, Amelia. Stupid testicles every time. They always prove to be my undoing in Last Remnant. So I think it's safe to say that Skyrim stole shortcuts out of dungeons from Breath of Fire, right? We can all agree. Ryu, please congratulate the newlyweds. Let's begin the ceremony. We're here to join Terry and Amelia. Have a long, happy life together. They're gonna have some ugly babies. And now to dance the polka. See, I could do a wedding like this with Calrea. Just literally have one witness from each family, and then we just kiss, and they set off fireworks inside the building, and girls come out and dance, and that's it. Like that, we could do that. That's true. Zelda did do that. It would do like the wash, right? It would do like the wipe, and then you just out of the steps. Yeah. You can cross the river by using the stone robot. You'll find a port in the town on the other side. Our two villages will continue to work together. Yeah. And he would like, oh, and then it would fade to black, and then he would do 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 do. Yep, I know. Never beat that game. I'll steal the stone robot during the wedding. Ha ha! Robot, destroy the village. Schwan. Ha ha! What power? Destroy the next village too! What? Do you want me to say Simon Says? Destroy the next village, now! What's going on? Why did you stop? Yeah, why did you choose now to exercise self-determination and not before that village was wrecked? Jerk. Do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. I think the only Zeldas I've ever beaten are Ocarina of Time and Link's Awakening. I beat it on the Switch and... No, I did not beat it on the Game Boy. I'm going to play it on the Game Boy soon, though. I played the shit out of it on the Game Boy, but I don't think I ever beat it. But I also stopped playing Zelda games after Ocarina of Time for a variety of reasons. I've never played a Zelda game other than Link's Awakening, which is a remake on the Switch. I have never played any Legend of Zelda game that came out after Ocarina of Time. And I know that makes me a terrible person, and I'm sorry. That's not what does it. Well, I didn't... After the Nintendo 64, like around the time the Nintendo 64 came out was around the time I was old enough that my family didn't think that it made sense to waste money on video games for me anymore. And I had a PlayStation. I never had a GameCube. So I went from I had a Nintendo, I had a Super Nintendo and a Sega with limited games on each one, like maybe 5 or 6 games on each one. And then I had a Nintendo 64, and then I went from the N64 to the PlayStation. And then it was like PlayStation, PS2, Xbox 360. Like, I didn't own another Nintendo other than like the DS. Like, I had the Nintendo handhelds, but I didn't have the kind of money to buy a lot of games, so I tended to favor JRPGs just because they were longer. You know, like RPG type games, Pokemon games, things that had a lot of replay value tended to be the things that I bought because I just didn't get a lot of games. So, you've got the ring. Well, we're going to have to take it away. I want to go back and play them, though. Fort. Alright, this is one of the scariest fights for me. I used to get clapped something hard because I was wearing that god-awful wolf hat. I used to not understand why life was so cruel to me. But now I know. Now I know why. Why did I try to do that? We're going to petrify everyone. Get our health up. We got 2 roasts for when he does his AoE attack. We're going to frost. We're going to fort. And we're going to acorn. I really wish Bo was faster, because then I could yeah. I'm gonna end up having downtime on the rotations for this. I'm gonna have downtime. That's all I can really say. Is there's gonna be times when I'm not able to do the best possible thing. I would like to play Majora's Mask, and I would like to play Twilight Princess. I don't have much interest in Breath of the Wild. I've seen that played. The handheld ones, They don't really, Oracle of Seasons, Oracle of Ages, Spirit Train, all that crap, whatever. I'm sure they were fun. Link's Awakening was my jam. I honestly think that Link's Awakening, that's in my top 10 video games of all time. I do think that the Switch version is better because I think the Switch version made it more accessible. Because if you play the Switch version and then you go back and play the Game Boy version, you're like, wow, this was hard as shit. Like, this was a hard game with just the 2 item slots. And that wasn't because they wanted it to be hard. That was just the limitations of the hardware, but it was still hard. Right? So I think that that's one of those rare cases where you see a game where the remake was truly like a gift to the players. Like, that really and truly made it exactly what it was always meant to be. Well, see, I've already played Genshin Impact, and Breath of the Wild is just a ripoff of Genshin Impact, right? I'm kidding. Don't hate me, please. I'm joking. I'm pretty sure that I've made that joke a couple of times, and people have thought I was being serious. See, if I was wearing the wolf hat right there, like, Bo would have just eaten dirt. He would have just died, flat out. It would have been over. GG. But because I'm not, because I'm a smarty, he lives to fight another day. He lives to get hit with another flame attack. The gremlin got mad. Oh no. Yeah, I'm just being goofy when I make that joke. But there are some people that get really offended when you say that. You're like, I think it's shameless the way Nintendo ripped off Genshin Impact, and they're like, what the hell is wrong with you? I get so mad. So the last time we streamed it, well, no, I think the first time we streamed this, at this exact point, the Elgato broke, and I almost lost all my progress, and I managed to hold on. And I accused the gremlin of yanking the cord out to try and screw me out of a win. But yeah, if you don't have that wolf hat equipped, he ain't shit. He is an easy boss. I don't think any of these bosses are meant to be hard. Probably the only really and truly difficult boss that I faced the last time I played this was when I did the no transformations challenge. Zog destroyed me. Like, if you go back and watch that, if you track down that in the VODs on my YouTube, which, by the way, hey, follow me on YouTube, guys. 664 videos and counting. I literally had one party member left alive, one hit from death, and had used every healing item I had in my inventory when I killed him. And he wasn't even the final boss. That was a hard-ass boss fight. Other than that, wasn't that bad. He was rough. Gremlin is a yoke. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna have you eat an acorn yourself. And I'm gonna have you cast Cure on yourself. And I'm gonna have you use an herb on yourself. We're just gonna take a moment to be conservative. That's not a bad thing in video games. There we go. Acorn. Alright. And now I'm going to hit him with Fry one time and he's going to drop dead. And I'm going to wish that I had just attacked him normally. Boom. Again, don't let those bars spook you guys. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. We're doing okay. Everybody can survive 2 more hits from him. And we're going to have her do Cura. We're going to have Ryu use an acorn. And just, like I said, don't let the bars trick you. The bars will lie to you. The health bars are liars. Nina is in trouble, though. We're gonna do a thunderbolt. We're gonna kill his ass. Boom, he's done. There you go. Look at that. No muss, no fuss. Gremlin sus. Yeah, I won't let you destroy me. It's not moving. What is this? What he was gonna try to do there, but Gadoosh, gadoosh. Hey, it's moving. Gadoosh, gadoosh, gadoosh. We got out of the robot at the volcano in the southern part of Tuntar. The robot. Wow! Wow! Grovy. What is it going to do? Throws up a thumbs up. Terminator 2 style. He Terminator 2'd himself, guys. There was a quiet voice. It said goodbye, and it asked us not to make the same mistake. Let's cross the river, then head south. Alright. And just do that. You need proper training to break the seal. Ryu drinks the clean water. His HP is completely recovered. You take the melon. Don't question me. Just being careful. You'll have completed this step if you can survive this test. Use the marble one! That was a waste. I probably should have saved those stones for this fight. Huh. Okay. This is just a good old-fashioned slugfest. He is faster than me. We'll give him... Alright. Boom. Pow. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever, guys. Oh no. Herb. Exactly 50. This is, I'm not gonna lie, a colossal pain in the ass. I don't know if they intend for you to do this right away. I think they expected you to like come back, but I don't know anybody that doesn't just do this immediately upon crossing the river. So I'm gonna assume 60 hit mega combo. Well, I hope you guys are gonna enjoy these commercials brought to you by none other than the great Kale Vertraz. We're going to do a 60-hit mega combo, 60-second ad to help keep the lights running, help keep the pre-roll ads away, and by the time you get back, I will not have won this fight, so don't worry, you won't miss much. Be right back, y'all. For those of you who are not stuck in commercial hell right now, welcome. Hi. How are you? Thanks for being here. We're going to use the E key about 20 more times. And we might survive this fight. GameCube games. Oh, I didn't even see this before, Kale. You remind me of GameCube games. Metroid Prime sounds like fun. Never played it. I am a firm believer in Metroid as a two-dimensional experience. I'm sorry. Again, I don't know. The idea of playing Metroid like a first-person shooter just is a turn-off to me. I've never even played I've never played a 3D Metroid game, but I have a desire to play some of these Zelda games that I never got to play, right? Like I want to try them. I have no interest in trying Metroid Prime because for me Metroid will always be a two-dimensional experience. I got you. That's another one. I don't think I ever beat the original Metroid. I had a ton of good games when I was a kid, and I never beat any of them because I'm a very impatient person, if you can't tell. It's weird. Like, I have no patience for platformers, adventure games, anything but a JRPG. It just does not hold my interest. But somehow I can sit here and use the E key 47 times to kill this guy, and it doesn't bore me. I don't know. My brain no go good. Just curious for Kale or anybody else who may not be subbed who's lurking around. Have you guys been getting any ads other than the pre-roll ads when you come in? Have you gotten any ads at all? Because I turned the ads off and I've been trying to find out from people, are ads still running without my permission on my channel, or is Twitch actually doing what I told them to do? Why are you going to start doing slams now? I swear, if he gets another slam... Okay. I would have been so mad. Oh my god, you have no idea. And like runs dead, reset. There we go. Just when you first popped in, but not since then? Okay, good. That's how it should be then. Congratulations, your training is complete. He's like, ah! Now he can just turn into a dragon for no reason. Alrighty. So we got our first set of dragon powers. So now we can turn into the snow, flame, and thunder dragon. We're always going to go thunder dragon. There's no reason to ever do the other two. Congratulations on your achievement. Use your powers wisely. The other two did not get healed, which is kind of poopy. But whatever. Alright. So this next little area, 100% you want to use marbles, because they have an enemy in here that can curse you, and curses are terrible. Let's go over here. Some strange force is keeping me here. Be sure to check over here. Are you here to cut trees? If so, I'll cast a spell on you too. 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 Interesting that I never stopped to think about the fact that there actually are fairies in all 5 Breath of Fire games. I forgot about these guys. I always forget about those guys. Or gals. So this little area right here is actually a pretty cancerous spot to pass through. If you have really bad luck, I think there's some enemies in here that can insta-kill you, if I'm not mistaken. I think they can. But I know that the shadows in here cast Curse, which is just a pain in the ass. I think it prevents you from earning XP until you get cured. And it's just easier to just marble your way through. Look at Bo's little ears wiggling as he walks. You can even see there's like a little bit of a little curly cue on Nina's hair that moves. Good amount of detail on the sprites. When she's walking straight towards you, you can actually see there's like a little curly cue that. Alrighty. Halt, intruder! I'm placing you under arrest. No one steals our treasure. You can think about that in jail. First things first, steal the prison clothes. Who are you? How did you end up here? Would you like for me to help you out? Okay, I'll let you out. Thanks, buddy. So this is similar. This little area is going to be similar to the Dark Dragon guards in Nanai. There's a couple of spots where there's soldiers. There's one soldier there. There's another little spot where there's some people that are like looking out for you. That if you get too close to them, they will throw you back in jail. Don't want that to happen. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna rest at the inn. We're gonna avoid that guard, and we're gonna look for somebody to raid. If anybody has a suggestion, feel free to throw it out there. Otherwise, we're just gonna see who we can find. You know what? Just for old time's sake, let's see if there's anybody playing Breath of Fire. If nobody has a suggestion for a jank bro in need of a raid, I'm gonna just raid somebody who's playing Breath of Fire and tell them that they're playing like one of the best JRPGs ever. How's that sound? There we go. There we go. All right. Ugh. I'm still getting used to not having the big camera in the corner. Like I'm like, oh my god, who's that guy? Why is he here? So anyway, let's see who we can find. I hope that you've all enjoyed it tonight because I have enjoyed it tonight. It has been a great night. We had a couple of raids, lots of great people hanging out. Um, Great game. Makes me very happy every time I play this game. It leaves me feeling nostalgic, but also just straight up happy to be playing such a great title. Breath of Fire has 10 viewers. I'm 9 of them, which means that this GVTV person is about to get a raid.
Video game. Most video games, sorry. There's a lot.
And he's in the first dungeon. Oh my god, he's brand new. He's not even, I don't know if he plays this all the time. He appears to be a fairly new streamer. We're going to raid him. Tell him he's awesome. I mean, maybe it's a lie, but I don't know. But we're going to find out together. We're going to hang out for a little bit. We're going to tell this person all the secrets. GVTV. Here we go. All right. Raid is starting. You are all phenomenal. It has been super fun. I might be back streaming again tomorrow morning with Cosmic Code to play Fallout 76. If I'm not live, I know he's going to be live, so definitely check that out. Otherwise, I will be back Wednesday with something. What's it going to be? I think it might be the Outer Worlds. You'll have to tune in to find out, though, for sure. So, anyway, that's all I've really got. You guys rock. It's been a great night. Until next time, stay healthy, stay safe out there, y'all. Later.